Good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing today? Welcome back to the Meagan Jackson trial. Man, it feels weird to say that after so long of Karen Reed. Today, we are going to try to get caught up on days 3 and 4 because day 5 is happening right now. So I did find opening statements for the prosecution. All I could find for the defense was, I think it's just highlights of it. So I'll take a look at those in a minute when we get done with this. There's 21 minutes of the prosecution opening statement. So we're going to go ahead and do those because I think there's part of this picture that we don't have yet. So we're going to do those before we go back to testimony. And we're also going to be checking in on the Karen Reed verdict watch as well. So let's see who's here. Hey, Judy. Hey, Terry. Hey, Wiggles. It's good to see you guys this morning. Hello to all my lurkers and my replay crew. I love you guys. So Judy has some trivia for us. Some very unhappy trivia. During a search warrant executed at Jackson's home, police said they also found evidence of child abuse. Jackson allegedly locked her children in a room and they were forced to urinate in jars. Batteries were also removed from the door's electronic locks and the windows were padlocked. Ugh. You know what, that always... Yes, we are. I love it. You guys make my day. I love getting up and doing this every morning. It's okay, Terry. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. You do good work. You do very good work. Child abuse is horrible. But for people like me that always wanted to have kids and never did, it's even worse. If you don't want your kids, let somebody that really wants kids raise them. Don't lock them up and give them buckets in the corner. I mean, really. There are plenty of people out there that want kids and will take good care of them. If you don't want yours, find a way to give them to someone else that'll take good care of them. I am all in favor of adoption. There are plenty of people that would love to adopt children. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Judy. When I read that, I was thinking the same thing. You know, I'm surprised my mom didn't lock me in the house. She used coercion to keep me at home. I don't know. Well, I started to say I don't know which is worse. Locking the door and putting a jar or bucket in the corner is much worse. She didn't do that to me. She just said things that made me stay home with her instead of going out and doing things age appropriate.
This week, you're going to hear facts and evidence in this case. And those facts and evidence are going to tell a story. And it's going to be a familiar story. entailed a pregnancy and a murder. And the victim of that murder is Gregory Rice, the defendant's, the father of 4 of her children. And when you look at the thing about this week, there's one person who connects all of those things. There's one person at the center of everything you're going to hear. And that person is Meagan Jackson. She's sitting right over there. Now, when you look at Meagan Jackson, you may think, she looks meek, mild, she's a small woman. But looks can be deceiving. And this defendant is certainly deceiving. She deceived Greg Rice. She deceived her co-defendant, Christopher Dontell. She deceived Christopher Dontell's wife, Erica Dontell. And she deceived law enforcement. So as you're watching this, make no mistake. The defendant may look like a victim or portray herself that way. She may look meek and mild, but she is a master manipulator. And that's what she did in this case. And not only is she a master manipulator, she was literally in the business of death. Her job back in 2020 when this occurred was as a body transport person, a body mover. So what she would do, she worked for a company that whenever someone died of natural causes, or if it was a homicide or even a gruesome act, she would take it wherever it needed to go. So that's what she did. And in the course of that job and that employment, she met a man named Christopher Dontell. Christopher Dontell was also in the business of death. Before she got the job as a body transport business person, that's what he did. And he trained her. And then he became a deputy coroner, and it was his job, much like Meagan, to respond to these scenes of death and to fill out paperwork and to perform the duties of the coroner. In the course of that employment, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell saw one another very often, and they became close. Now, Christopher Dontell at the time he had a pretty good life, a pretty normal, I would say, everyday life. He worked as a deputy coroner. He was married to a school teacher. He had 2 little kids. He lived in a very nice house in the River's Edge community. And at the same time, Meagan Jackson had been in a relationship with Gregory Rice, the victim in this case. They shared 4 kids. About approximately a year before this murder occurred, she and Gregory Rice broke up. They were no longer together, but they were kind of always connected because they shared these 4 kids. You know, if you share kids, you're going to always have to talk to someone. They would speak about the kids, they would text and call, and that's really what their communications were about. So after Meagan broke up with Greg, she pretty quickly moved on to Christopher Dontell. She started his life. She literally bought a house in the same neighborhood right down the street from him. She befriended his wife. She befriended his kids. She started buying the family expensive gifts with an inheritance she had gotten and made promises of more. She spent her days hanging out with his wife and Christopher Dontell. She became, in a large part, a third party in their marriage. And because Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were kind of dealing in death, they were doing this job where they were transporting bodies and responding to these scenes, they had a reason to be out at all hours of the day or night without anyone raising any suspicions with anyone. They could be together, they could be out all night, they could spend the night, he could spend the night at her house, and no one thought anything. She actually started an affair with Dontell and conducted that affair right under his wife's nose. She was hiding in plain sight, and she was deceiving everyone. So around
Note to self, don't ever marry a coroner.
Say September 2020, a couple of things happened that kind of changed things. The first thing that happened is Meagan Jackson got pregnant with Christopher Dontell. At the same time, someone anonymously began using the Meagan Jackson and kind of had pictures and statements about what had been going on. I was Meagan Jackson Dontell that Gregory was responsible for this. Now, the judge in fact,
Are you guys frozen? Because it looks like you guys are frozen.
Dontell's marriage. Ask yourself that question. So that was going on, and then on a Friday night, he just disappeared. And Meagan Jackson began acting very quickly to divert suspicion away from herself. That weekend, she had an officer do a welfare check on Gregory Rice. That Monday morning, she showed up at the police department, filed a missing persons report, and in the course of filing that report, she tried to portray Greg as some degenerate drug user, which was the furthest thing from the truth. He basically went to work, took care of his kids, and stayed home. He was a homebody. So she was trying to divert suspicion. But police began looking for Gregory Rice, and they do what police do. They start looking first at people closest to him. So they look at Meagan Jackson. They discover pretty quickly that she's having an affair with Christopher Dontell. The other thing that police start doing when they're looking for someone is they start looking at cell phone records. I'm sure, although I know you're not allowed to have them now, that almost everyone here has a cell phone, and you pretty much take it with you everywhere you go. I know I do. And when your cell phone, when you make a call or you get a text, or sometimes when your phone's just running an app in the background or doing something, it connects to the cellular network and it hits these towers that are located around the county. There's one pretty close to the courthouse you may have seen. And based on those kind of cell phone records, police can identify the approximate location of people, where they are. They can kind of track movements that way. So police began looking at Gregory Rice's cell phone records. And one of the most striking things they noticed is the last person that he spoke to, the night he disappeared, October 2nd, 2020, was Meagan Jackson. Police also start looking to see where Greg was. So once they realize that Meagan Jackson's having this affair, that she's the last person to speak to Greg Rice on the phone, or it looks like that's the last phone call we can, suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dontell pretty quickly. But nobody knows where Greg Rice is. So haven't found him. Now police know the longer the less likely they are on him alive. So as time passes, police begin to suspect strongly that Greg Rice, after he goes missing, Donna Sue Souls was setting catfish lines in the Little Pee Dee River. For those of you who don't know, that's the geographical border between Horry and Marion County. They were setting catfish lines in the middle of the night. They happened upon the body of Greg Rice. Greg had been shot. He had been wrapped in a tarp that was zip tied. Someone had taken ratchet straps and wrapped around it and weighted it down with cinder blocks to try to, and dumped him in the river. So that's a big break in the case for police. It also gives them a new lead to follow. That lead is they start looking at the tarp and the cinder blocks and all these items that Greg's wrapped in, and start going to stores around Horry County. See if any store sells those items in particular, because those items have tags on them. So they end up going to Lowe's Home Improvement, which is a national chain, I'm sure you all know, and they speak to the security officer, and he starts looking at receipts. And he finds a receipt from October 3rd, the day after the murder, where a person bought all of those items together, and I think a Pepsi Zero. So he goes and he says, that's a rather suspicious shopping list. It's basically a murder dump kit. So he goes and looks at surveillance footage, and he finds Christopher Dontell pushing a shopping cart through the Lowe's checkout line with a cart with a tarp, zip ties, cinder blocks, and ratchet straps. And that leads police they start looking for surveillance video. They know the body was dumped in the Little Pee Dee River. So they start looking for routes you would take to get there from kind of this area, the beach area where Christopher Dontell lived. And they find surveillance footage from a convenience store, Little Pee Dee Exchange, showing Christopher Dontell going back and forth to the dump site in his county vehicle. At the same time, of course, suspicion has already fallen on Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson, but at that time, police start looking a little closer. And they start looking at cell phone records, any surveillance they can get. They look at license plate readers. And for those of you who don't know, license plate readers are cameras. A lot of municipalities have them, and the Myrtle Beach has some out on the highways that the cameras capture the license plate of your car as you pass by. So you can tell where cars are on the highway sometimes by looking at these license plate readers. So police start looking at cell phone records, surveillance, and license plate reader to track the movements of Meagan Jackson, Christopher Dontell, and Gregory Rice. And what do they discover? Well, the most striking and obvious thing police discover is that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell were together the entire night of October 2nd, the night that Greg went missing. They left, they met up about 6:30 in the evening at the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve. That's just a wildlife management area where you can go, you can see endangered plant species or walk around and look at nature. But what they were there for, police found out later, was target practice. They were actually shooting guns. Meagan liked to shoot, so that's what they were there doing that day that Greg was murdered. They left there, they went to Abuelo's, which is a restaurant, Coastal Grand Mall, you may have seen it. They're on surveillance camera there eating for about an hour. They leave around 8, and then they come back. Christopher Dontell comes back about an hour later, about 9 o'clock, to use the bathroom. He tells police that in that hour they were driving around conducting their affairs. They eventually end up at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now, Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is a funeral home. It's on the bypass over near Market Common. You probably know where that is. It's basically a crematorium. Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell had access to that funeral home because of their jobs. The county sometimes would store bodies in the coolers there if there were just not enough room at the coroner's office. So they were there, and their cell phone records put them there. Around 9:45, Meagan Jackson calls Greg Rice. And these are approximate times. Around 10 o'clock, she calls him a second time. At the same time, her body transport van, the one that she uses for work when she's doing her job as a body mover, is seen entering the homeowners associations, entering the gate of Arrowhead. The homeowners association there, it takes 6 or 7 minutes and then out. At the same time, from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock that night, Greg Rice's phone is hitting off the tower near his apartment right there at Arrowhead at Flint Lake Apartment. So it doesn't look like he's moving, it looks like he's home. But around 10, the same time Meagan Jackson's van shows up in his neighborhood, his phone starts moving. And what his phone does is it travels to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. At the same time it's traveling, Meagan Jackson's van is traveling toward the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, hitting license plate readers along the highway, the major highways in Myrtle Beach. So Greg's phone and Meagan's van go back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now Greg's phone stays there a little while and makes some data connections. So I told you before, whenever you use your phone, sometimes you're making calls or texts, and that's a user-initiated action that causes your phone to connect. But sometimes your phone connects without you doing anything. It can have something running in the background or some app that uses cellular data, and it'll connect without the user actually doing anything. So just because Greg's phone is connecting does not mean that he's alive. It just means that his phone is there. So eventually, Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson, you can see from phone records and LPR, start traveling towards the Lowe's Food on International Drive. That's an important location for them. That's where they would go to leave cars so that they could conduct their affair, so that they would, but it was just a place to leave the car, essentially. It's kind of close to the neighborhood. It's right by the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, where they were going for target practice. And around 11 o'clock at night, a computer store in that shopping center captures Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell on camera. Christopher Dontell has a bag, Meagan Jackson's there. Importantly, phone makes a data connection to a tower that would put him in the same vicinity around 11 o'clock, a little after 11 o'clock that night. That's the last time Greg's phone ever made any connection with the tower. It's after that, it's just gone. So that's the last time Greg Rice's phone makes a connection. After that, Meagan Jackson, we learned later that Greg Rice was in the cooler at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, his body. After that, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell go back to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home to get some, they were getting belongings so that she could put some of those belongings to set up this welfare check that she did the next day to make it look like he had wandered off an OD. So they went back to get that. But something else happened that's a bit unusual. When they got there, around 12:45 that night, there was a trade embalmer there. And as I said, everyone in this case is kind of in the business of death. The trade embalmer, because Myrtle Beach Funeral Home doesn't have a full-time embalmer, they mostly cremate bodies. The trade embalmer would come on a contract basis and embalm bodies, and he did that kind of whenever it's convenient for him. You'll hear from him. So he was there at 12:45 a.m. that night. He was there in the middle of the night embalming a body. So when Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson showed up, he saw them there. And he'll tell you that. He saw Christopher Dontell there. And they left. They stayed together, kind of, you'll see on tape, they're kind of going back and forth. And then finally, they spend the night together, and then around 8:15 the next morning, they go back to Lowe's Food, and they get in their cars and go their separate ways. So, back in December of this year, that's kind of what law enforcement knew about this case. And much like we did here today, Miss Walter and I, the state of South Carolina, we called Christopher Dontell's case to trial. Just like we did today. We picked a jury, the same thing. We went through everything. And then as I was sitting in my chair, getting ready to stand up, Christopher Dontell shocked everyone by standing up himself and voluntarily pleading guilty to accessory after the fact of murder with no agreement with the state. That was also allowed law enforcement to fill in some blanks. Christopher Dontell, after he did that, agreed to speak to law enforcement to kind of fill in a lot of missing pieces of this puzzle. You're going to hear from Christopher Dontell. He's going to testify. I have no doubt that Meagan Jackson's attorneys will make a big deal out of the fact that Christopher Dontell has a motive to minimize his conduct and point the finger at Meagan Jackson. The judge has already told you. You, the jury, can decide what to believe, whether you believe some of what he says or all of it. He's going to tell you that night, when he and Meagan Jackson were at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, she called Greg Rice because she wanted to go confront him. And that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson took that body transport van in the Arrowhead when it hit that license plate reader. And they went in there and killed him. And the two of them hustled out of that van and put him on their body transport stretcher, and they threw him in the back and went back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, where they put him in the cooler while they decided what to do. All of that testimony matches what law enforcement already knew. There's nothing that he's saying to us that's not borne out by those cell phone records, surveillance records, and LP. Next day is when he goes and buys this body dump kit and takes the body, dumps Greg Rice in the Little Pee Dee River. So you decide what to believe in this case. You decide who you think's responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice. Gregory Rice, and you're going to hear from Christopher Dontell, you're going to see Meagan Jackson sitting over there. The only thing Christopher Dontell and Gregory Rice have in common is Meagan Jackson, who's sitting right over there. That's the only thing. The judge is going to instruct you on the law at the end of this case. He's going to tell you about conspiracy.
What is with that face?
That's just what it sounds like. It's two people getting together to commit a crime. He's going to give you the definition of murder. In South Carolina, we don't have degrees of murder. We have one definition, and that definition is it's the killing, intentional killing of another person with malice aforethought. None of you guys need that definition to know that shooting someone, wrapping them up in a tarp, and weighing them down with cinder blocks and throwing them in the river is murder. But what you do need to know about South Carolina is South Carolina has something called the hand of one is the hand of all. I'm going to read you what that means. This is the legal definition. If two or more people are together, acting together, assisting each other in committing the offense, the act of one is the act of all, or as it's sometimes said, the hand of one is the hand of all. Two people can be guilty of killing another person when only one of the two had a gun, there was only one bullet, and only one of the two fired the shot that caused the death. So what I'm asking you to do is, if at the end of this case, which I think it's pretty clear and obvious, who's responsible for the death and for the murder of Gregory Rice? And at the end of this case, if you believe that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson are responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice, then there's only one verdict, and that's guilty.
Where it's a wonder my phone. Stop. 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 I swear, it's a wonder my phone still works as many times as I drop it. There's a new trial starting today, too. Oh, it doesn't start till 2 o'clock. It's South Carolina, too. Why does it not start till 2 o'clock? Garden hose murder? I don't even know if I want to know. Okay. Where is day 3? Colin Gray has a motions hearing, too. Why does everything happen on the same day? Just Karen Reed for months, and then everything happens at once. Well, if I could spell. I don't think they have a. You are muted. And you are unmuted. Like they do in Massachusetts. Because these mics pick up all the chatter before anything starts in the room. Can we not buffer, please? Okay, so we're going to finish up with Kim Marcus. Jury's entering the courtroom.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
These first kind of round of questions, I might refer to the slides I've got from the presentation that y'all provided me on Monday.
Okay.
And just want you to have it. I may ask you to look at a certain slide. Is that okay?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach that he has this?
Your Honor, I just asked to see what he is showing the witness.
He's showing them exactly what y'all put on the screen yesterday. That what we came in.
It's just not in the right order, so it might take him a minute to find the right slide.
Which was exactly what I was about to say. I apologize, they're not in the right order. Should bear with that. I'd also, if I want to show one to the jury, on a note on.
Okay.
Let's start with this example of cell site location information.
Bear with me a moment.
No problem. I can apologize for that portion of it. Okay, you have it?
I do, but this is not an accurate depiction of my presentation. There are marks on this that are not on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see that. That was a big one. Okay. Let me ask you something. When you're looking at the cell tower diagram you provided, it's got this angle. Correct? It goes out that way?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And then there's like a little shaded area close to the angle, right?
Yes. Should be a shaded area inside of the angle depicted on the graph.
If you look at the jury, that shaded area really means nothing.
Area is just a graphic aid. It's supposed to show that the phone is in the general direction inside of that angle.
Okay. So it doesn't actually mean anybody's there or near that particular spot based on that shaded area.
The shaded area is not a depiction of the location, the exact location of the device. It's just to help show that they're within that angle as it protrudes out.
Could you look, okay, you also talk about PCMD per call measurement data, right? That's
Correct.
And that's part of the CSLI, so location information zone.
Correct. Sometimes we can get per call data when we get those records back.
Okay. Could you locate this one, the example?
Locate what?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Specifically.
I'm sorry, and what I handed you.
Sorry.
No, I apologize. Okay, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's a band, as I understand it, at the end of it, is that right?
Yes.
Can I show that to you real quick? I'll hand it right back to you. Did we scribble on that one too?
No, sir.
That's the band I'm referring to. I'm sorry. Thanks, sir. That band is, as I understand your testimony yesterday, the tower, is that correct?
That's the approximate distance of the phone from the tower at the time of the connection. Yes.
Okay. That's all I ever saw. And there's also cell tower information. I would expect that band to be on that band.
It would be close to that band, yes. There is a margin of error with that distancing data, but if the two sets of data occurred at the exact same time, they could line up with each other, yes.
Okay. But you didn't show one slide yesterday, sir, where your pinpoint lined up with your band on it. On it.
There was no slides that I displayed yesterday that had two separate sets of information. So in this instance, to be able to mirror up as you described.
So you did not cross-validate that, so we would have a better understanding of where that phone was at that time.
I did not have any per call measurement data to validate with GPS location data.
So why are there bands on there if it's not, what is the band for then, sir?
The band in this particular example, or the
You know the
band,
band that you have throughout the presentation?
there was, to my recollection, give me just a moment.
Sure, you got it right in front of you.
In my presentation yesterday, I had per call measurement data for Gregory Rice's cell phone records. I only had one per call measurement data listing for Christopher Dontell's, or one of Christopher Dontell's records. However, I had no per call measurement data for any of Meagan Jackson's cellular records.
Okay, so like if you found this slide of Gregory Rice's,
Can I just, Your Honor, just so that I can know what you're referring to, if I can see the
let me show it to
slide.
you.
I have this particular slide in front of me. However, it's not an accurate depiction of my presentation from yesterday. There's additional.
Mary, would you forgive me, sir?
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I apologize. Can I show this to the jury, Your Honor? Do you, if we're looking at this, there's a pin, right? Is that correct?
The pin in this slide represents the location of Gregory Rice's residence.
Okay, so in some of these, you give us, so here we got the band, means nothing in this one, is that right?
The outer band?
The outer band.
The outer band is the approximate distance of Gregory Rice's device at the time of this connection.
Okay, so we know then by looking at this, that the outer band is not in line with the pin.
That's correct. However, it is within the margin of error that you typically see with these types of records, which is
Okay.
about 100, 150 meters on either side of that band, just depending on the strength of the connection at the time.
Okay. And so if we're trying to rely on this for where a phone is at a particular time, we have to be fair and understand that I could seriously be outside this room, right? I could be outside this room, and my phone, the band, is not going to show accurately where I am, right?
It depends on the signal strength of connection at the time of that connection, but typically these records are within 100, 150 meters of that distance from the tower.
And 150 meters, can you, how?
It's about the length of a football field, a little bit more than a football field.
Okay, all right. And so that could be important, you know, if something is happening outside these walls, your phone and my phone are pointing to the same tower. If I'm in here and someone's sitting right out there, is that correct?
I don't understand the question. Can you
So
say it again?
if we're going to use, if right, somewhere happening outside these walls, right? A crime's committed right there in the hallway. And you have access to all of our phones. I'm not going to bring y'all's in. You have access to all of our, they're in the same area. Right?
Can you reflect here?
Your CSLI does not, it is flawed in that I can be here, and someone can be out there. If we were looking at both phone data, I want to say, oh, we are in the same area, right?
What's the second set of data you're talking about? You're talking about cell site location information, which is generated from the connection of the cell phone to a tower.
Yeah.
What's the second set of data that you're...
The other person's phone.
Cell site location data?
Yeah.
The cell site location data for that provider could or may be a little off, just kind of depending, again, on the connection, the signal strength of the phone during that connection.
We have another variable, okay.
Yes, there are several variables, which is why we attempt to validate as much of the information as we can with other data sources when we do this type of analysis.
Okay, all right. Well, one of the things that's peculiar about your analysis to me is that, because I know you've, you would consider the data in the case, right? You testified as an expert, you consider all the data.
Consider the... Yes.
And so part of this extraction data, right?
So my analysis contained the cell site location data for these
Oh,
devices.
no. Don't you tell me that now.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, oh, it's my problem. Don't you tell
Hold
me.
for a minute, she's raising an objection.
He's not letting Sergeant Marcus respond to his question. He was in the process of answering the question, and Mr. Britton is like, oh, don't tell me that.
I don't think that's, oh, go ahead.
So you took this stand as an expert,
Overruled.
and you did not consider all of the data.
When you're doing an analysis, geolocation data, the context of a text message is not necessarily relevant to placing a device at a particular location. Cell site location information from a tower gives you the distance from the tower. A GPS hit could give you the point in time or the point in space where a particular device is at. Whether someone is texting this person or that person talking about the weather isn't necessarily relevant for doing a location analysis, which is what I did in this particular instance.
But it is relevant. You're also a party, but you weren't just a GPS guy, sir. Right? You did other things in this investigation.
I did.
Okay. You were heavily involved in this investigation, wouldn't you say?
I conducted some witness follow-ups. I imaged some devices for further analysis, and I conducted this analysis of the location information that was provided to me.
You co-signed a statement made by Chris Dontell.
Yes, that was a part of an interview as well, like I mentioned.
And when we are talking about analyzing data, you said the word context. This doesn't give us any context, does it, sir? Your presentation gives us no context. It doesn't tell us. Dontell had. You agree with that?
The cell phone records tell me what, if any discussion was going on at the time, just that there was a connection.
Is that right?
No, cell phone records don't provide that type of information either.
It could, because it's part of your data. Go back and cross-validate and see what they were discussing in the text messages and chats beforehand to get an idea of motive and intent, right?
That analysis was provided to another officer in this case. That was not my particular participation in this case.
But you said you read all the data, sir.
No, sir, I did not. I said I reviewed the data that was given to me for my geolocation analysis.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell me that you're a digital forensics expert? Is that what you reported to be?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't consider the information, the critical information and data that would give this jury context for what was happening on this evening?
I analyzed the data for my particular part in this investigation, which was the geolocation analysis of this in this case. As far as for that was done well, Sheriff's Office. Not my job.
You were one of the 9 or so visits to Flint Lake Apartments, weren't you, sir?
Nurse so visit, I don't recall, like 9
But
times.
you were part of some of those visits, weren't you, sir? You under it?
He's thinking. Objection, Your Honor. He's thinking. He's trying to answer the question. It's not necessary to say you're under oath.
I believe I conducted 2 follow-ups at Flint Lake Apartments.
And when you did so, y'all already had the cell phones of Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell.
At the time of my first follow-up, I was not aware of that. They may or may not have. It was early in the investigation. At the time of my second one, yes.
And so, as we talk about this quote-unquote crime scene, one of the things we know is the time you were out there yourself, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell were already suspects. Right? At one of your visits.
Correct.
Is y'all in this area in time?
I don't. Was not part of my participation in this case.
But you were pretty heavily involved now, weren't you? You're one of the few that's there. This ain't took y'all so long. You're one of the few that was there in the beginning, right?
No, sir. I was not initially assigned to this case in the beginning.
Okay, sorry, it was 10 days. Was it 10 days after?
I didn't get involved in this case until almost 2 or 3 weeks after. In fact, for 2 weeks during the initial part of this case, I was out of town in training.
That's right, because you weren't actually qualified yet to do what you're here testifying about at the time you were involved in the investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
So,
Hold for a second, she's ready to objection. Just a minute for the objection.
Well, I don't believe that when Your Honor qualified Sergeant Marcus as an expert, it was pinpointed in time, or I don't believe Your Honor made a ruling. Well, you're an expert as you testified here today, but I'm not going to find that you were an expert earlier. So I think
I believe you got involved earlier, that's fine. You were involved at a time when they were suspects in this crime.
Yes.
And you stayed with it right to the very end. Is that correct, sir?
I conducted some follow-ups and this analysis that I presented yesterday.
And despite the multiple visits to Flint Lake Apartments, you and your investigative team operated under the impression that this crime occurred at a funeral. Is that correct, sir?
8 was that this could have occurred at the mortuary, yes. It was one of the theories in the case.
Here, and we've been here to here. That changed for years until Chris Dontell. That would change the crime scene, sir.
I personally did not know.
And you don't know of any either, do you, sir?
I'm sorry.
You don't know of any other evidence that was collected by any other part of your investigative team that modified the location of this crime until Chris Dontell made his deal with state.
No, I'm not aware of any other evidence.
And so, if we're to believe that this occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, then we've got to rely on Chris Dontell. Is that correct, sir?
Can you?
At Flint Lake Apartments, we've got to rely on the word Chris Dontell.
I imagine that the jury would need to rely on all of the evidence presented in this case to make a
Is
decision.
that a question?
You didn't.
Are you
You didn't change your
testifying?
opinion about where it occurred. It didn't.
Quite often during an investigation, when new evidence comes to light, it can change the direction of the investigation.
So you agree with me?
Agree with you on what part?
That's what changed the direction of your investigation, the work of Chris Dontell.
Chris Dontell stated, add extra evidence, and we did consider another crime scene.
And on December 6th, at the trial, Chris Dontell, weren't you?
Yes, I was a state witness subpoenaed for that trial.
In fact, the presentation that I got was dated right before that, a few days before that trial. So you were going to present this essentially same information in the case of Chris Dontell.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's how we know we can't rely on your evidence, sir. You were going to use that same evidence to try to convince 12 people it happened at Flint Lake Apartments. I mean, at the Brooks Funeral Home. Weren't you, sir?
I was going to present my analysis as part of this courtroom present or this trial. Yes.
And when you got to the part where when Meagan Jackson was picked up, or Gregory Rice was picked up Meagan Jackson, because Richard killed her. You weren't.
No, sir.
You know what I'm saying? She picked up the Brooks Funeral Home.
Jeez, I don't like this lawyer.
No, sir.
Oh, really?
My presentation cannot establish at what point in time Gregory Rice's life ended. It just shows the location of the devices during that period in time on October 2nd, 3rd.
Chris Dontell,
I'm sorry, say that again?
your evidence, your presentation was going to be put up by the state to aid them in proving that Greg Rice was alive when he got to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
My presentation, again, doesn't depict whether someone's alive or dead at a particular period of time. It just shows the connections and the locations, or the general area of where those devices were at that period of time.
You want to keep focusing just on your GPS, and I understand that, but you also were involved other ways in this case, weren't you, sir?
Yes, I did conduct some witness interviews.
Okay. And you had mentioned you've read the data in this case. So I want to ask you about some of that data, and you can tell me whether or not you consider it, because is that what you told us, right? Your GPS doesn't do a whole lot of context, does it?
The context depends on the data, yes.
Oh, before we I'm sorry. I want to back up real quick. There was a slide that just occurred to me that I didn't see what was sent to me. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. I'm not putting any casting aspersions on anybody. There was a through in there, 10 to 5 moment. And I had you showing that Greg Rice was leaving. I think you said he was leaving that area. Is that what you said?
At 10:05, between 10:05 and 10:06 on October 2nd, 2020, first time. That suggests that the device is moving over the residence, yes.
But your initial,
Yes.
okay, good. Your timeline says Greg Rice left his apartment at 10:05. Isn't that what your original timeline shows?
The presentation shows his device is leaving the area of his apartment at 10:05 p.m., just a little after 10:05.
Okay. And that probably remained for a couple seconds. He comes out and gets far. A minute drive out at 10:06. You agree with that?
Can you restate that, sir?
Sure. You'd have been testifying. Meagan Jackson pulls into Flint Lake Apartments. She comes through the gate at 10 o'clock at Arrowhead. She makes her way down. Pulls up.
Yeah.
to Greg Rice's apartment.
Apple Watch.
He comes out, gets in the car, and they leave. They leave the apartment at 10:05, and they're at the gate at 10:06.
So my testimony was that the cell site location house for that period of time, right around 10 o'clock, the license plate reader for Meagan Jackson's vehicle is picked up as it's coming into the village of Arrowhead at 10:05 p.m. Just before 10:06 p.m., you see the tower shift for Greg Rice's phones, and at 10:06 p.m., Meagan Jackson's van is picked up by the license plate reader leaving Arrowhead.
And we know the statement had to try to spin that as Meagan Jackson has a live person in her car, Greg Rice. Because your part of your presentation also was that Dontell was still back at the funeral home. Isn't that right?
Again,
That's a mischaracterization of the presentation and his testimony.
Again, my presentation and my testimony only shows the movement of these devices or this data displayed on a map. The phones in a particular area, it moving, the license plate reader capturing a car, it moving, nothing more.
Okay. So you agree with me then that if this jury, if part of a deliberation is require someone to develop an intent and even the motive, what you presented is not very helpful.
Your Honor, that's also a mischaracterization of the law because motive is not an element of the crime.
Go ahead.
Again, my presentation only shows the movement of these devices from the data that I analyzed.
Okay. And one of your slides, let's look at, you still have that up there?
I still have these slides up here, yes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to take a peek at the slide when Meagan Jackson is leaving River's Edge.
Which one?
It's the LPR. It's actually a still photo, I believe, sir.
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If you could show me those so I make sure I have the correct
No
one.
problem. This one right here. You don't have to get, I'll show you through it with my hand covered over my arm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What we have here?
This particular slide shows a still image that was captured or from the security footage from the gate leaving River's Edge community. One of these images depicts the van driven by Meagan Jackson, or typically driven by Meagan Jackson, and the other one is a Ford Explorer. That is consistent with what Christopher Dontell drives.
Okay. And although difficult to see, you are aware that there's something in the passenger seat of Meagan Jackson's vehicle. And it is hard to see. You don't see it.
Yes, there appears to be an object in her seat.
And that object has a name, doesn't it, sir? You know from your investigation, that object has a name. Blow Up Betty. Right? You aware of that?
I believe there was a reference to something called Blow Up Betty, yes.
Okay. And if you consider the data, and I'm going to test you what data you consider more specifically, you would know there was a conversation, a chat. In fact, maybe there was a chat between Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell where he asked to go to a shooting range that night, right? That's right. On the night of October 2nd, the context you have this that you haven't seen yet is what's on Meagan Jackson's mind is sex.
Was there a question with that, sir? I have no idea what's going through Meagan Jackson's mind at any point in time.
Come on, StreamYard, stop. Stop
You would know-
it. Thank you.
That she was saying we can fool around with Blow Up Betty, right? There was some context there again.
I was made aware of the message. I don't know the entire content of the chat.
The data. But that's something they did pretty well before any issues with Gregory Rice. Meagan Jackson liked to go out and shoot some guns. Shoot a gun, right?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You mean to tell me you didn't read the data in this case to get an understanding about their relationship?
No, sir, that was not my purview in this case. That was not my function in this case.
Sir, that's part of your extracted data.
I did not extract that particular phone.
That's right. That's right. But you were allowed to testify to a phone that you did not extract. So I'm going to ask you about some other data that you did not extract.
No comments. Gosh, dude.
Right,
This
that's
is
your
attorney. I
What's the building?
swear. He is creepy.
In that data, it is extremely clear. With pictures, messages,
What the fuck
that
are
the
you doing,
affair going on
dude?
between Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell is hot and heavy. Agree with that?
Again, I didn't look at all of the data in these phones.
So,
Testify to the
I
jury.
guess you also didn't consider how common it was for them to park their car in a place like Lowe's or the fire station, leave the vehicle there, leave Chris's vehicle there specifically, and go in her car, that's in Meagan Jackson's house.
That did come up in the investigation, yes.
Okay. And as a GPS guy, you could have tracked that to verify that that was part of their habit, right?
If that data was available, yes.
It was available. So, and we know the extraction is volumes of information, right?
Yes.
It's volumes of information. And part of that information also shows you that Chris Dontell was lying over and over and over and over and over again to his wife.
That is
I don't know what just happened. Everything just shut down. Everything. It was just my screen, just my background screen is all that was on both monitors. It shut down YouTube, it shut down StreamYard, it shut down everything. Carla, I imagine that app is available for both. But I don't know how much the Ring is, and I don't know, the app is probably a monthly service thing. My cousin has an app for people with chronic illnesses that will actually count your spoons for you. And she said it's like a band you wear around your arm. And that was, I think she said it was $100 for the band and $25 a month for the app. Oh, the Ring is $500. Yeah, I figured it was expensive. Yeah, this attorney is odd. I've never seen an attorney ask questions to a witness while facing the jury before. And he's literally testifying. And then he'll look at he's staring at the jury, testifying, and then he'll look at the witness and say, "Isn't that right?" That's not how you question a witness.
That did come up in the investigation, yes.
Okay. And as a GPS guy, you could have tracked and verified that was part of their habit, right? And we know the extraction is volumes of information, right?
Yes.
It's volumes of information. And part of that information also shows you that Chris Dontell was lying over and over and over and over and over again to his wife.
That is information that came up during the investigation. However, it was not information that I reviewed for my analysis.
There's also information in there, maybe you had a chance to review this, that Greg Rice was sending messages to Erica Dontell anonymously, that Meagan Jackson was pregnant with her husband.
Huh?
Greg Rice was exposing the affair in Meagan Jackson's pregnancy. That's part of the data from the extraction.
Objection, there's no
Isn't
question
it?
there.
Is
Your
it?
Honor.
Let's ask you a question.
Isn't it, sir?
There was a lot of devices that were extracted. I did not review all of them. I know that the affair was brought up during the investigation, was learned during the investigation, but the specifics behind how the affair was outed, I don't have any information on.
So you did not consider the data that related to Greg Rice causing Chris Dontell a massive nightmare in terms of his relationship with Meagan Jackson and her pregnancy. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That information is not considered irrelevant when you're trying to determine the location of a device at a particular period of time.
That's not all you're doing, sir. I mean, that's not all you do. You're involved in this investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. That is not a question.
Sustained. Keep it to questions. Don't testify to the jury.
Yes, sir. Did you consider any information, any text between Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson, where Chris Dontell identified that he was afraid of Greg Rice?
No, sir. Again, that was not part of my part in this particular case. All of that would have been done by a different detective.
Okay. You don't, it was here today, you missed that part of the extraction where he's so nervous about Greg Rice, he's scared to go to his mailbox.
Again, that was not data that was pertinent to my part of the investigation. That's not something I reviewed.
So let him
So
go
you-
and
you
ask
also
the
might
right
not have
detective.
reviewed, maybe you did, I don't know, maybe someone shared this portion of the data with you. That Chris Dontell was seen sneaking around the Mortgage Funeral Home on September 20th, sir, by himself. Isn't that right?
I have no information about anything regarding that.
Looking for a key, sir? You don't know about that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Did you see in the data where 5 days later or so, he lied to Meagan Jackson about having found a key to the funeral home in his car? Did you review that data?
Again, that was information not reviewed by me. I have no knowledge of any of that.
This witness is doing a good job, but that water pitcher is going to be dry by the time he gets off the stand.
And not only, and you would agree with me that if you're trying to determine motive, intent, why people are where they are this evening, that information might be beneficial. You hear that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Yes, so
question?
we're trying to figure out why people are where they are, what's going on in their relationships and in their lives. Provides context for us. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes. Sometimes the location information can be helpful in... Sometimes context about people's lives can be helpful in determining whether location information is normal or abnormal.
It could also maybe help you
And the other attorney has fashion problems.
determine whether or not Chris Dontell is being reliable when he tells you a story about what happened.
If someone had... You took location information that...
And so we know that on December 6th, you co-signed a statement that Chris Dontell wrote. And in that statement, where did he tell you, what he told you that Chris Dontell, he told you that he was at the funeral home and Meagan Jackson just brought him a body. Is that correct? That's simply what he told you.
Do you have a copy of the statement that I could look at so that I can testify to it accurately?
I do have it. Excuse me. Let me give you this one. This was one we got. I'll see if I can find the what was provided to us. Government records witnesses.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I just see what he's showing the witness?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the other version of that.
I'm happy to just look at what he's handing the witness. I mean, my copy, I just want to see what's showing.
What is the purpose of a tie anyway? Why? Who came up with that? It seems dangerous to me.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Take time. Give her.
You guys are killing me.
Yes, I recognize this. What is the question again?
See if I can remember. Wait, on this date you signed this document, Chris Dontell's version of events are that Meagan Jackson, without his knowledge, on her own accord, drove over, picked up Gregory Rice, and came back with a body, dead body. Right, sir?
Yes, this was that was provided to us. However, he recanted that statement shortly afterwards.
So you sat down with him, right? You signed it, sir.
Correct.
This is the story he told. And then,
We're
within an hour,
testifying.
how long was it before he came up with a new story?
Sure, within an hour, I guess is accurate.
In 1 hour. That man goes from saying a body was brought to him to now is he telling us straight that he was, and was he not a witness? Is that what he told you?
He was a witness.
Now he's trying to tell you he went with Meagan Jackson over to Gregory Rice's apartment. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And he witnessed the whole thing. Is that what he told, sir?
Yes.
I'd rather watch
Did you,
Wolfgang
based
than
on
this
after you
guy.
got that information, did you take a trip back out to the apartments?
No, so we made the trip to Flint Lake Apartments before speaking with Christopher Dontell.
And then after he changed the story and told you that he was a witness to it, did you guys go back out there after that?
No, sir.
So he didn't like take you and show you where this occurred?
I believe he drew something at that time.
Oh, I must have. So based on the drawing that I believe I have, where is he in his most recent version claiming this occurred?
Roadside on Arrowhead Boulevard, before you get to Flint Lake Apartments.
Okay. And don't we know that can't be true, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, if he's out there on the roadside already, and he's left his apartment, hasn't he?
Who has?
Gregory Rice has already left his apartment, hasn't he?
I don't have the ability to answer that question. I have no idea if he did or not.
You're here for GPS, don't you, sir?
I am
Walks
here for
right
the cell site
by
location information and
you.
GPS. That's correct.
Okay. So you're telling the jury that you don't believe Chris Dontell.
I can't even pay attention to the testimony anymore. He walks right by the witness while he's asking the question and goes and stands right in front of the jury. What law school did you go to that they taught you to do this? It's not right. That's not how you question a witness. Oh my God, this guy. I would rather be watching Wolfgang, what's his name, from the Linda Sturmer trial. He was annoying, but this guy, I can't take it. I almost wish we'd waited a day and done the garden hose trial or whatever it's called. This guy, I swear. Is he annoying anybody else as bad as he annoying me? He really is annoying me.
The changed version, and he says it happened out there on Arrowhead Road, right? Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Which is away from the apartment, correct, sir?
It is in between the apartment and the license plate reader hit at Clay Pond and Arrowhead Boulevard.
That's right. And so his phone knows it pings at 10:05. We know that can't be true, sir,
Can
because he
you,
has to already be out there.
I don't understand the
He
question.
should.
Objection, Your Honor.
Y'all slung into the presentation at 10:05 p.m. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, there was a 10:05 connection that shows that the device is moving.
That's right. And for him to get from his apartment to somewhere down the road on Arrowhead, he's got to walk, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay? And when
Or-
he starts, I'm sorry.
Or ride in a car.
Okay? But that's not what his statement says, is it, sir?
Whose statement?
Dontell doesn't say that anybody gave him a ride from the apartment out to the road.
The written statement, no.
How about the other statement?
His verbal statement did not say that someone gave him a ride from the apartment to the road.
Okay. So there's a lot of difference going on. We probably infer that he walked and someone's going to pick him up, right?
From what I understand from the statement, it was supposed to be Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell picking him up.
Okay. So he was going to walk to the area. So we can assume, pretty safely assume he walked. Right, sir?
Okay?
Okay. Would you agree with that, Tom?
That he walked? I have no information to say that he didn't or did.
Okay. And your testimony yesterday was that when those phones start to move, that's when they ping to a new location. Isn't that correct, sir?
My testimony yesterday was at between 6 o'clock, I believe 5 o'clock, and 9, almost 10 o'clock at night, 10:05. The Greg Rice's phone was pinging in the same area, which was at his residence, and at 10:05 was the very first movement, which was a change in tower that we saw, which corresponded with a license plate reader hit of Meagan Jackson's van.
But if it's pinging, sir, if it's pinging and this story is accurate, how then does it not ping before 10:05 if he left his apartment and is walking to a location to be picked up?
The section of road, number one, is serviced by that same tower area around his house. Number two, the cell site location information was collected and analyzed is only captured when the device makes that connection to the tower. There was a period of time for about 2 or 3 minutes that there were no connections to the tower.
So then you don't know. That's telling you don't know when Greg Rice left his apartment.
I can give you a time frame of a few minutes, but I can't get any tighter than that.
As we sit here today, you also had some more involvement in this case. I want to remind you if I could, sir. Didn't you field a call and create a report related to an incident where Chris Dontell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
He told you that she... Thank you, Summer. Oh, yeah. In your data, well, in his statement, one of the things he told you is that she was the one who always has to go to the shooting range. Isn't that right?
In which statement?
That's right. In the one that you handwrote.
I don't recall.
Right. Let's see.
May I ask for the copy?
Now what?
Line or two.
What was going on? I didn't know.
All right, thank you.
Taking over. I don't know, Judy. I was wondering the same thing.
Bear with me a moment. This is 4 or 5 pages long. I'm trying to find
There's no problem.
if there's any reference in here.
No problem. Not being supposed to be done.
She wearing the same outfit today that she wore on day, what day is this that I'm doing now? Day 3. Today she's wearing the same thing she wore on day 3.
Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I just call a reference where Chris Dontell says that Meagan Jackson was going to always ask about going to the shooting range.
There is a reference in here about liking to go to always went shooting. Is the specific.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And always went shooting.
You, in your data review, and I just want to make it clear.
Okay, the garden hose murder that starts at 2. The dude strangled his wife with a garden hose.
You didn't consider, maybe you did you consider that on 9/28, 4 days before disappearance of Gregory Rice, that Meagan Jackson warns Chris Dontell to be on the lookout for Gregory Rice.
That was not part of my review, no. I'm not aware of any messages along those lines.
And you also didn't give me a follow-up message where she says, I just talked to Gregory Rice, and if he sees Erica Dontell, your wife, he will tell her to her face what is going on. Do you consider that?
I'm not aware of any such messages, no, whether they exist or not.
Okay. We have one report. That's the thing. On September 30th, just a few days before disappearance of Greg Rice, Meagan Jackson took groceries to his house for him.
I'm not aware of any such event, whether it existed or not.
You didn't see that message where Meagan Jackson said, I'm headed over to take Greg Rice's groceries?
Again, I'm not aware of any such information, whether it exists or not.
So. All right, you're right.
I'm going to sort of start at the end there. Just because someone texts something, does that mean they're telling the truth?
No.
And isn't it often that someone will text someone something and it is an outright lie?
I imagine that happens.
Would that be more or less likely if someone is planning a murder? That would be less than truthful.
Most people that I've dealt with in my career are not necessarily truthful when they're involved in criminal activity.
And let me also just flesh out the rest of this incident where Mr. Dontell allegedly tried to have his codependent killed. First of all, let's get the whole story. The allegation was also that he was going to try and have me killed, correct?
Correct.
Did you and other investigators try to substantiate that allegation?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to?
No.
Meaning that there was no evidence that that actually happened.
Correct.
There's been quite a bit of question.
Good Lord,
What is the part-
get it together.
The hit on the LPR. Your the sectors are simply meant to show that the cell phone or the device is hitting off that same tower, correct?
Yes, there's 3 sectors on each tower. They point in 120-degree arcs in different directions. And those... What was the last part of your question? I apologize.
That's okay. Let me ask it this way. Is it possible for someone to be walking, but their device still connecting to the same tower?
Yes, if it's the strongest signal. If it's the strongest signal that the phone sees, it would still continue to connect to that tower.
When would it switch? When it found a stronger signal?
Correct.
The data that you had, that you analyzed for that particular point in time, was that simply tower information, meaning a device sitting off of a tower, or did you have Greg Rice's geolocation data?
I had no geolocation data for Greg Rice. I only had cell site location information.
Is geolocation data the one that is more accurate as to placing a device in a particular spot?
Yes, stereotypically it is much more accurate than cell site location information.
And I've had to say this several times, but what's your task with the cell phone analysis? To determine device location or to determine content of communications?
So my task was to analyze geolocation information from cell phone records provided by the providers and if that information was present on an actual device. Context was never part of my task for this particular investigation.
Would the content of either a phone call or a text message change where the phone is located?
No, not at the time of connection.
There were also quite a few questions about Christopher Dontell not telling the truth in interviews. Based on your review or your participation in the investigation, did Ms. Jackson always tell the truth in those interviews?
No.
Is it fairly normal? Well, I'll ask it this way. How many criminal investigations have you been involved in your career? I know you'll probably have to estimate, but
18 years career, thousands. I would say over 10,000 cases.
when you speak with suspects, how often, if you can estimate, do they tell the truth right out the gate?
Very rarely.
Are you familiar with the term progressive truth-telling?
I've heard it before, yes.
What does that mean?
So essentially, a person will give a portion of the truth as they tell a story, and then as they're presented with facts or evidence that could dispel portions of it, they'll tell more and more of that story that has more and more of the truth in it. So one of the things that might be used to, I guess, sort of confront someone, things like license plate readers, geolocation data, cell site location information. Yes, during an interview, yes, we would use that information to help corroborate their statement or dispel it.
Okay. So if, for example, Meagan Jackson said that she never went to Arrowhead Community the night of October 2nd, the LPR data could be used to contradict that, correct?
Correct, as well as the cell site location information.
I may have asked you this yesterday. We've established that, well, would it be possible for Greg Rice to have walked from his apartment, started towards, and used the same tower for a good bit of that time?
Yes.
When you looked at the two LPR hits that indicated that the van was in the Arrowhead Community for about 6 or 7 minutes, did you go out and see whether it would be, how reasonable it was that the van could go in and out that quickly?
I did go out and test that and drove that myself. And you can drive from the LPR, which is at the entrance of Arrowhead, down to the Flint Lake Apartments, to his apartment, and turn around and drive back with some time to spare within that roughly 5.5 minute time frame.
Would that time, the sort of extra time, expand if Greg Rice had left his apartment and was walking down the road?
Yes.
There were also some questions about the date on your presentation. Meagan Jackson was actually listed for trial in December, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So was your presentation prepared for the December trial of Meagan Jackson?
Correct.
Did you in fact have a slightly different presentation for Christopher Dontell?
I did.
Of course, indulgence. There was also this question about Blow Up Betty. I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Britton was inferring, but it seemed that he was inferring that maybe that was some sort of, it was going to be used as a sex toy. Could Blow Up Betty also be used for target practice?
I imagine you could, yes.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
I did too, Jill.
the presentation that you created and that we showed the jury, that was created prior to the December trial date, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you learn from Christopher Dontell that the murder had occurred in the Arrowhead community?
After I created my presentation.
Did you make any changes on your presentation based on that information?
No.
And again, are you using any of this geolocation data, this cell site location information, any of that, to say when specifically Greg Rice was alive or dead?
No.
Does the information, the cell phone information, seem to corroborate that Greg Rice was killed at some point in Horry County that night because his device stops connecting to a tower?
Yes, it does. It is abnormal. When we look at records, we'll typically look at a very long period of time of records if they're available. I've looked, I believe, if I recall correctly, at least 3 months of his records, and there were constant connections to the tower on every day for 3 months, and then they suddenly stopped on October 2nd, 2020.
And based on your presentation and the data that you did analyze, of the 3 people, so Greg Rice and Christopher Dontell, were any combination of them together the entire night?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your
Yeah,
question?
that probably wasn't very well worded. I think your presentation started with the River's Edge LPR around 6:20 in the evening, ended the next day at like 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
During that span of time, did your location data support that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were together that entire time?
Yes, it did corroborate information the investigation learned that they were together during that time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you make that.
Well, I'm not asking that you be released from the investigation. It's his.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a one break, about 10 or 15 minute break, and no pads in the jury box. We've got about 10 or 15 minutes. Anything from the defense? All right, take about 15 minute break.
Dr. Presnell. Dr. Presnell, sorry.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Susan Erin Presnell. It's Presnell.
There you go. Thank you. So good morning, Dr. Presnell. How are you?
Good morning. Good.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I work at MUSC in Charleston.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been on faculty there since 1999, so going on 26 years.
Can you tell what a forensic pathologist is?
Well, I think people are getting more specialty of pathology itself means the study of disease, and so pathologists diagnose disease. So like if you go to your doctor and get a biopsy of something, that tissue will go to the pathologist, they'll look at it and they diagnose it as a cancer, is it not? So I trained in general pathology, but then I subspecialized in forensic pathology, where instead of just looking at a piece of tissue, we're looking at the entire body of somebody that's passed. And we are looking for diseases. We're also waiting that process that we do that evaluation called the autopsy. And then through the process of autopsy, we'll determine a cause and manner of death.
Can you tell us what your educational background is?
So I went to Clemson way back when, I majored in microbiology. After I finished Clemson, I moved to MUSC at Charleston for medical school, and then I've stayed there ever since, so that makes this easier. So I did my 4 years of medical school at MUSC Charleston. After medical school, I chose pathology as my area of specialty, did that at Charleston. Then after that, I chose the year subspecialty in forensics done in Charleston, and after that, I was hired as a faculty there, and I've been there ever since. Along this way, I've taken the board, so I'm board certified in general pathology as well as forensic pathology. And then I also have a license to practice medicine in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier autopsies, that one of your duties is to perform autopsies. If you can you estimate how many autopsies you have done in your career?
So I'm over 200 a year, and so at 25 years, it's over 5,000.
What conclusions are you able to draw after completing an autopsy?
Well, it completely depends on the type of case. So again, I'm evaluating for diseases. A lot of our deaths are natural deaths, but we also evaluate, like I said, trauma, so we can have a traumatic cause of death as well.
Can you sometimes differentiate between, say, suicide and homicide?
Oh, well, yeah. So part of the process when we're evaluating the cause of death is to take in consideration the injuries as well as the circumstances and give our opinion as far as manner of death, which of manners of death, there's 4 types. Natural, which I made reference to earlier, suicide, homicide, and accident.
Okay, thank you. I forgot the manner of death word in my question. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times?
Again, an estimate over 100.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Presnell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any questions or comments?
No, there are none.
All right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to perform an autopsy on the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
Yes, I performed an autopsy on November 10th, 2020.
Can you describe the remains as you received them?
Well, Mr. Rice was decomposing. Just the process of decomposition causes tissues to deteriorate. So he had a lot of what we call skin slippage, where some of the skin has slipped off. He also had some maggot activity. So after death, flies can lay fly eggs on individuals. Those hatch into maggots, and the maggots actually eat some of the tissue. So he did have some maggot, quote, injury, postmortem injury as well.
Did that decomposition and maggot activity affect your ability to make certain conclusions as to which?
Well, certainly it does hamper some of that, yes.
What was the first thing?
I'm going to photograph. I'll take photographs. I kind of take photographs at all different steps of the autopsy. But then after that, we'll have to get them undressed so that we can evaluate everything, see everything. And during that process, I'll evaluate all the normal measurements, height, weight, that kind of thing, as well as injuries. Before we go to the inside to look at what's going on inside, we'll do ancillary studies depending on the type of case. Like for gunshot wounds, as in this case, we'll do x-rays to help us locate the bullets. After we finish with the external, then we'll go inside, we'll look for anything that's injured, any disease process. We'll also try to get some kind of fluid for toxicology testing. And then I examine all of the organs individually. Sometimes I'll take samples to look at in the microscope, sometimes I won't need to. And that'll be the main steps of the autopsy. After that part's done, and I'll go and put the autopsy report together.
So you mentioned that you did x-rays in this case. What if anything, did those x-rays show?
Oh, well, they show multiple bullets inside of Mr. Rice.
When you examine a body, especially in this case, do you have a diagram that you use to note the location of different injuries?
I do, yes.
This is very hard.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 71A and 71B.
Yes, these appear to be copies of the diagrams that I did at the time of autopsy.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Exhibit 71A and 71B into evidence.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 71A and 71B admitted into evidence. Okay.
Your Honor, I'd also like to publish them for use during Dr. Presnell's testimony.
All right.
We'll start with 71B. And if you could, it comes up. While it's coming up, how many different wounds were you able to determine from Mr. Rice's body?
He has at least 5 gunshot wounds, potentially up to 7. And I'll show you on the diagram. We'll walk through. Is this a pointer or does it change?
That's actually a microphone, I believe.
Oh.
Okay, oops, there you go. That top one? Hit that top button up there and look at this.
Oh, okay. right, so just in general, before we go over the diagrams, he has 5 definitive gunshot wounds. He has one to the left side of the head, one to the left side of the chest, 2 to the left hip, and 1 to the right thigh. All right, so we're going to go through those. In addition to that, he has a couple other holes that connect up. I just cannot definitively say that they're gunshot wounds. This first gunshot wound, and when I say first, I don't mean that this is the first gunshot wound that happened. It's just in the order that I've done, that I've enumerated them, is to this left temple area. You can see it's highlighted in pink. There we go. Right there. It's the only thing highlighted there. This bullet actually goes, obviously from his left, we're on his left side, his left towards his right. It's going in an upward direction, and it's also going towards his back, so it's going in this direction. It goes into the brain. There's not a lot of substance or architecture left to the brain because it's mostly liquefied at this point, but there is a bullet inside the brain, and we recovered that and designated that as the bullet from the brain.
In certain circumstances, are you able to secure the victim?
So I mentioned that I evaluate injuries, and obviously this was a gunshot wound and there's a bullet at the end of it. But the other thing we'll look at is just trying to interpret like what type of, not just what type of injury, but other characteristics of it. So for example, with gunshot wounds, one of the things that we'll try to look at is whether there's evidence that the gun was a contact gunshot wound, like the barrel of the gun is actually against the skin, whether it's a close range gunshot wound or whether it's a distant gunshot wound. And the way that we tell is if there is a rim of soot around the entrance wound, that would be a contact gunshot wound. When the gun is pulled away, there is it's not only the bullet that is exiting the end of the barrel, but you also get what you call, or what is gunpowder. If you think of the gunpowder like little pieces of sand, when the bullet exits, the little gunpowder can exit as well, and those little pieces of sand can strike the skin and cause little abrasions. We call that stippling. If the gun's close enough, that will happen on the skin. So contact is the soot up against the skin. Close range is, may or may not see soot, but you'll see the little stippling marks, and distant is beyond that. Now, all that explanation to say that I can't tell in this case because the skin has slipped away.
So based on the victim's decomposition, you weren't able to tell?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you can't tell the order of gunshots, but would that wound in and of itself have been fatal?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 71A. What? Yeah. Okay, yeah, she does have a comment. Okay, so if you can just go through the other wounds that you were able to document.
Okay. You'll see a couple marks on here that didn't go anywhere. The pink ones are the entrance gunshot wounds that are definitive entrances. So again, first, I have the one to the left chest, and it is going from his left towards his right. The only thing that I can tell is that it does damage the stomach. It ends kind of in the midline area, kind of right around where the aorta would be, but we have parts of the aorta missing, most likely from maggot activity. So I can't tell for sure if it did hit that or didn't. So that's the one to the chest. Then you'll see you have 2 to the left hip that are highlighted here. Their pathways are really close together. So think of it as 2 bullets going in. One bullet heads towards the tailbone, where I find the bullet. All right, so just to kind of reiterate, there's a gunshot that goes into the left chest, and it's going in towards the midline of the body. Definitely goes through stomach, may or may not have hit aorta, and I got the bullet from inside the body there. Then we have 2 on the hip. These both go in. One bullet ends up being in the right soft tissue, the soft tissue of the right hip, and the other ends up being in the tailbone. So I've got both of those bullets. And then the last one you can see here is to the right thigh, and it just goes backwards, and I get a bullet there. So I have retrieved 5 bullets from inside the body. And then you'll also see up here, there are there's areas where that have the circles colored blue. So if you look on the back of the right arm, so over on this right side of the diagram, you see those 2 blue circles?
Can I? Maybe I can come over here since our pointer's not working. Are you pointing to this area?
Yes, the 2 blue circles. Those 2 holes connect. I did x-rays in the area, but they don't really show any like fry or little shredding bullets or anything that those are not necessarily on the left forearm, so in the middle here. The two,
Is that
yes,
where you're pointing here?
yes, the two blue circles. Those are two holes that also connect. You see I have well, both on the pinky side. One's up a little bit closer to the top of the forearm, and one's a little bit further down. Those two holes connect very nicely as well. Again, not necessarily any projectile fragments along the pathway, so I cannot be 100% definitive that that is an additional gunshot.
Would the fact that the victim's body had been basically submerged in water for approximately 5 weeks, would that have an effect on your ability to call those gunshot wounds versus possible gunshot wounds?
It's more that there was maggot activity and that maggots consume tissue, and so I can't be 100%. I mean, they look like gunshot wounds, but I can't be 100% that that's not maggot activity.
And you said that you recovered 5 bullets, so runner finding approach 139 has already been invented. Are those the bullets that you recovered from Mr. Rice's body?
Shall I open it?
Yeah, if you need to, I can.
Well, I mean,
If you're not able to tell without opening, yeah, let me get.
that's a little intimidating.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just.
Here,
I got it. There you go. Okay.
A forensic pathologist and a pair of scissors are intimidating. What?
I need the knife.
Sorry. Taylor, do you have scissors?
Oh, thank you. Thanks. All right. Okay, let's see. So we have the first one I'm looking at is labeled chest bullet. So that would be the one that I got from the midline of the chest. And it has the autopsy number that I'm associated with Mr. Rice. And then not his name, because when he came to us, he was originally not identified. So it has what we designated, the name that we gave him at the time of autopsy. Next one is the bullet from the right leg, or it would have been the right thigh area. Again, with the autopsy number and the designated name. Next is the bullet that we got from the right pelvis, so that would have been towards the front, the right hip area, with the autopsy number and the designated name. And then the bullet called sacral bullet, which is the tailbone bullet, autopsy number and name. And then finally the bullet from the brain with the collection envelope, the autopsy number and name.
Before I move on, did you at some point send bones from Mr. Rice's body to be examined by a forensic odontologist?
I believe he came and picked them up.
Oh, okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that you will often do, or always do, a toxicology exam as part of an autopsy.
Yes.
Was one done in this case?
It was. We couldn't get any. We would like to send blood to test for toxicology. Because we couldn't get any blood, we sent just some of the fluid that we got from the chest cavity. And that was tested and showed THC or marijuana.
What types of substances does that toxicology test for?
It's supposed to be comprehensive and pretty much for like all the normal typical drugs of abuse: amphetamine, cocaine, benzodiazepines, marijuana, opiates. But in this case, because of just the quality of the sample, they actually couldn't test for ibuprofen and some of the diazepines or benzodiazepines. But it did test. It did, like I said, it did pick up the marijuana. It also tested for alcohol, which was negative as well.
In your opinion, did any of the substances that you just testified to that were found in his bodily fluid contribute to the victim's death?
No.
So what is your opinion as to the cause and manner of Mr. Rice's death?
Right. Well, so I didn't specify any individual gunshot. I just said multiple gunshot wounds to the head, the torso, and the extremities. And the manner of death is homicide. In medical legal vocabulary or definition, that would indicate death at the hands of another.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
All right.
I have nothing further. If you can answer any questions from the case witnesses.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, May I please score?
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Preston. How are you doing?
I'm good.
My name's Case Britton.
Oh, good.
I'm just going to ask you a couple questions, and I'm not going to be up here too long. I think I heard you say that you couldn't list the order of shots.
Right, at the time of autopsy, I can't tell which one came first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Did the crime scene photo help you in determining? Could they help you out?
No.
Did you use any crime scene photos?
I have pictures of the overall body when they first found it, recovered it, but that's it.
And you're aware that body was recovered in Marion County?
Yes, in fact, the Marion County coroner is the one that authorized the autopsy.
And a Marion County deputy, I believe, Lieutenant Holtag, brought the body to you? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if he brought the body. Usually their transport, the coroner transport will, but he was a detective that was there, yes. And he received all the evidence that we collected.
At that time, did you believe that the crime had taken place or that the body was in Marion County?
I didn't. I knew that the body was down there. I had no opinion really on where it perhaps might have occurred.
But I apologize. So back to the gunshots, you said because of the submersion in water, you can't tell what shots, what order they were?
No, it's frequently you won't be able to tell what order gunshots will occur unless something happened days before and there's evidence of healing at the time of death or days afterward when there's, for example, no bleeding associated with it. So no, it's not that it was decomposing or that there was some insect activity. I can't tell the order at the time of autopsy.
Okay, so but can you tell, I believe you just said that you believe that the headshot was the fatal shot?
I said it is a fatal shot. The one to the chest also could have hit the aorta, which would be considered a fatal shot. And then the other two are mostly soft tissue, or the other three, I'm sorry, are mostly soft tissue injuries.
So, toxicology report, you revealed some marijuana. You said you did the appropriate testing. Is there any other testing you could do, hair follicles that would give you any kind of other drug results?
I think you'd have to consult a toxicologist to like what it is that you're looking for. I know, for example, like I think some people have used hair follicles for arsenic and things like that, but that wasn't really something that was addressed in this situation.
I think I heard you say you alluded to skin slippage. Is that the same thing as grave wax?
I'm not familiar with the term grave wax, but skin slippage is it's not like you lose all your skin and you can see the muscle inside. It's just the outermost layer of skin will come off, so you still have your underlying dermis or dermal layer. But that's just the process of decomposition as the body starts to fall apart.
That person.
Now there's two of me. There's two of me. What the? This is so weird, y'all. This is the second time it's crashed today, but it's crashing weird. It's crashing. It's like it's not saying try again like it usually does with this keeps going. Because I've got my court TV feed on my other monitor. This keeps going. I usually have to pause it when this crashes. No, it's just everything just closes. Like I'm done, and it's just my background screen. It just everything closes. I don't know what's happening. It's never done this before. It's like I've closed everything and I'm getting ready to turn off the computer, but I don't do anything. I've not touched anything. Just everything's just shutting down. I don't know why. And then when I bring it back up, Chrome's like, Chrome wasn't shut down properly. Like, no duh. Yeah, I didn't do anything. I don't know why you keep shutting down, Chrome. I'm not doing it. Weird. StreamYard, what are you doing to me today? StreamYard is shutting down Chrome. Not just StreamYard. It's shutting down Chrome completely. Now behave. We gotta catch up. We're behind.
I think you'd have to consult a toxicologist to like what it is that you're looking for. I know, for example, like I think some people use hair follicles for arsenic, things like that, but that wasn't really what is addressed in this.
I think I heard that you were alluding to skin slippage. Is that the same thing as grave wax?
I'm not familiar with the term grave wax, but skin slippage is, it's not like you lose all your skin, you can see the muscle inside. It's just that outermost layer of skin will come off, so you still have your underlying dermis or dermal layer, but that's just the process of deposition that starts to fall apart.
Russell, could you estimate the death given the body and the condition it was in after being submerged in water for over 30 days?
I did not attempt to do that.
And you would agree that the body had been deformed to some extent because of animal activity. Maggot formation, we know were there, but the decomposition as well.
Well, so alligator activity, I would have suspected to be able to detect because it would be pretty significant. But there were a couple areas that were on the diagram that weren't colored that looked like maybe that could have been some marine activity.
Did you notice or could you tell of any defensive wounds?
No, the wounds that I could tell were the gunshots, then the two holes connecting each other, and then again there's a couple areas of just superficial defects that might have been marine activity, so nothing specifically a defense injury.
I don't know how to fix it.
Now, most of the shots, they seem to occur on the left side, is that correct?
Yes.
How was the body presented to you when you first looked at it?
He's just on a stretcher.
What position is he in?
He would have been on his back.
He does that.
I mean, he might have been on his side. I don't have a photograph of him on the stretcher. Just once we move him to the autopsy table, we'll definitely make sure he's laid out so we can evaluate him. But yeah, so I don't specifically recall if he was on his back or on his side.
When does rigor mortis typically set in?
Well, rigor mortis typically sets in after about 2 hours. It really depends on the individual and what they were doing at the time of death. It could actually happen earlier, but usually it starts in about 2 hours.
Is there a way through your science to be able to establish the amount of time he was in the water?
Not that I know of.
Would there be any difference between the salinity of the brackish water, fresh water, and just straight ocean water and the decomposition rate?
Not that I'm up to date on.
Not that you're up to date on? Does
Right.
that mean you don't know?
I don't specifically know. I don't remember in any of my training or experience there being a huge difference. I imagine if something was like the Dead Sea and is extra salty, that maybe there might be some preservation to that, but I haven't looked into that recently.
That's fine, Dr. I'm not trying to beat you up on anything like that. I just would imagine that salt water would help preserve, since you salt pure ham and stuff. Would help kind of,
Right.
That's just a question is to see the slowing of the decomposition. That's all.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Would freezing a body and then taking it somewhere else and then submerging it in water, that's got to have a different effect, correct, on the tissue?
Yes, so freezing a body, and I apologize for the comparison, but it would be similar to putting something in the freezer in your home. It's going to obviously prevent, hugely stop decomposition. However, once you unfreeze that object or that person, the freezing act itself has disrupted some of the cells, so as it starts to thaw, decomposition actually starts to accelerate once they thaw.
In this circumstance, is there a way to tell if the body was frozen and then thawed?
Not by autopsy, no.
Going back to the gunshots, they seem to rely on the left side, is that correct?
Yes, 4 on the left side of the body and then the 1 to the front of the right leg.
I don't want you to use your expert opinion, but a theory. Would you say the gunshots would go up or down?
So again, I'm a little hampered by the state of the body, but I can tell from the x-ray that the gunshot to the head is going in an upward direction, obviously from his right to his left, but upward and back. The one to the right chest, I can just tell is going to his right. There's too much deflation of the tissues and whatnot to see if it's going up or down. And likewise, the ones to the left hip just kind of look like they're going straight across as well. The one to the right thigh might be going upward direction a little bit.
If the headshot is first, is he still standing?
No, he would not be.
If the chest shot is first, is he still standing?
He could be.
He could be. So we can eliminate the headshot being first.
I don't know.
Don't know?
Well, if he was shot in the head and then he fell, he could then have been shot more on that's where the other gunshots were.
So just play with me a little bit. In my little theory, my little head here, you shoot him in the head, he drops, then there's really zero reason to go put haphazardly 5 more shots in him.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not even remotely in her area of expertise.
She says, given what you have looked at, is it possible that the headshot was the final shot?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person staggered around after being shot in the leg?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person shooting wasn't that good with a gun?
I can't comment on that.
Based on your 26 years of experience, many different bodies you've encountered, and gunshot wounds that you've seen, the display of gunshot wounds on that body, do they look like they were shot by somebody that's got marksman skills?
Again, hard to answer largely because the person being shot at isn't necessarily going to stand still.
Correct. They're going to jump around.
Or fall down.
Or fall down. Or fall down. That's right. They'll fall down. Is it possible that you could shoot a body, not close range, right? Or not close range, because of not enough suits. Excuse me, I do that all the time. Or stifling? Stippling? And still get blood on you?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
If I'm not close to you, if I'm not close enough to you to where there's the soot residue of the stifling, is it possible for me to get blood on my person? What's the typical blood splatter? Would there be any blood splatter?
Yeah, so I will have to be upfront and say blood splatter is not an area of my expertise. However, I would say if you're at a distant range, and keep in mind though, well, number one, I wasn't able to evaluate whether this is a contact, a close range, or a distant gunshot. However, that being said, if I was, a distant gunshot wound can be as close as a yard away. So could blood get from, I guess it depends what they hit as far as how far the blood would go. So ultimately I don't know the answer to that, but I also don't know the range of fire, so.
Look at this, it says not a close range shot, not a mid range shot, a distant shot, but a distant shot's like a yard away, so that the distance kind of throws you off there a little bit. It throws me off a little bit. When I was thinking long range shot, I think even further back, sniper type stuff, honestly. That's just because I don't do much with guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question at some point?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to explain. I apologize. Close indulgence, Your Honor. One question. I believe that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Read Brett.
Just very briefly, Mr. Britton just asked if you were able to tell if the shooter was a good shot or not. The victim was shot 5 times, correct?
At least 5, yes.
At least 5. You mentioned that at the beginning of your examination, you knew the victim's height and weight. How tall was Mr. Rice?
His remains,
His remains.
at the time of autopsy were 73.5 inches, which is 6 feet, 1.5 inch.
Thank you, because I always have trouble converting that. You said that it's his remains, so could that have changed from when he was alive?
I mean, it's not as, body isn't as firm, maybe more relaxed, so, yes, there could be a slight difference.
And then there was some talk about if you freeze a body, I'm assuming MUSC has a morgue or someplace that you store bodies.
Yes,
Do you store them in coolers?
we do.
Do those coolers freeze the bodies?
No, we have a freezer as well as the cooler, but most bodies are stored in the cooler. That does not freeze the body.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Presnell be released from her subpoena and allowed to return to Charleston.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, she's free to, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preston.
State and call your next witness.
The state next calls Dr. Wolf Bushkin.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have it on the laptop, but I don't have it on the. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you on this Tuesday. We have a question. The first question since celebrating the fate of Karen Reed has had. Let's go into the courtroom. Judge Cannoni is on the bench.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Excuse me. I was just informed somebody just
Just informed what? What now? Do that.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
What?
Okay, Judge Cannoni not allowing us in on possibly the question yet. They are at sidebar, and we will wait. We'll keep up. We'll show you the sidebar video, but let's bring in Vinny Politan outside the courthouse. Actually, hold that thought, Vinny. Stay where you are. We're going back in, and we'll see. We're going back into the courtroom. Let's go in.
What?
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
I can't do this. Who said that? I know, me too, Jill. 11 hours before the first question. Is that good or bad, y'all? I'm so nervous.
Okay, if you're just joining us, Judge Cannoni came on the bench. They had a sidebar. They broke up the sidebar, and now it's each camp conferring, but nothing on the record well, it was obviously on the record with the court reporter, but we don't know the question yet. I assume we're waiting for the jury to come in, but we don't have a feel for what's going on. You can see Alan Jackson is writing something down, and Robert Alessi is, as characteristic, up and chatting with Yannetti, along with Karen Reed, who's been she has been front and center in her defense throughout this entire saga, and we're seeing that now. They seem to be drafting maybe with their proposed answer to the question. On the other side, Brennan doing the same, writing out what they believe should likely be the answer. Cannoni, you could see, getting up off of her chair, getting ready to receive these proposed answers from each counsel. Brennan is still working on his. Jackson just gave the... Well, now everybody's getting up. Again, no audio from the courtroom. Very interesting. Matt Mangione is with us. He's a former prosecutor and defense attorney in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Matt, and I'll cut you off as soon as we get audio. What do you think's going on here?
Well, I think you're right, Ted. I think they're going through the question or the answer that each side would propose to that question. We don't know what the question is. Obviously, it's important to the jury. It'll give us some insight into what the jury is doing during this deliberation. But both sides are going to want to make sure that this answer that's proposed, is something that supports exactly what the prosecution or defense is trying to prove in this case.
You can see the bailiffs in the white shirts. It looks like the security has definitely increased once we get into verdict watch. In any case, it does. You can see several security members, and now you're seeing the family members being escorted into their positions in the courtroom. The O'Keefe family in their normal spots, including John O'Keefe's mother, who has been a fixture, Peggy O'Keefe, at this trial and the first trial. The family has gone through hell and back and are here for justice. On the other side, the Reed family, of course, have supported their daughter, Karen, throughout. We got some audio.
To you now, so please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for.
Oh, BS.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past, why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, there you have it. The jury had not just one question, but 3 questions after 11 hours plus of deliberation. Each side getting 15 minutes to craft their proposed answers for them. But what's the time for the OUI charge? 12:45 or 5 a.m.? Question number 1. Video evidence. How do we consider it? Are the videos evidence? And then that last one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge make affect the overall charge, basically? Again, it's the verdict slip. This was a huge problem the first time around. That first Karen Reed jury found her not guilty of the top 2 charges, but couldn't figure out the verdict form. And here we are again. Let's bring in Vinny Politan, lead anchor. He's been through many of these cases and seen many different versions of jury questions. Your initial thoughts, Vinny, especially on that 3rd question?
No, I think they're related. I think these questions are related. They're talking about OUI. They're talking about OUI, Ted. They're not talking about murder and slaughter. They're talking about what is the impact of finding her guilty of OUI. And I think the confusion probably is on that 2nd page of the verdict slip where there's just one not guilty. And I think they're a little confused as to how that relates to all the charges until you get to number 5. But if I am on the defense team right now, probably a little optimistic at this point. If I'm a prosecutor, which I was, I'm not feeling good about this question at all. Now, I could be totally off. Sometimes a question is just from one juror. It's not from all 12. There might be confusion from one juror. But though I'm reading these together, Ted, they are connected. What's the common denominator here? OUI. Was she driving under the influence at 5:07 or was she driving at 12:45? What did Alan Jackson say in his closing argument? We don't know what she did between 12:45 and 5:07. We don't know when the alcohol was consumed. We know when the blood was drawn. We know when the test was done. It seems to me they want to know. If it's about 12:45, we might have reasonable doubt. If it's about 5:07, okay, maybe she drank afterwards.
How does the video question
I have no other way to read this, Ted.
Yeah.
Do you have another way to read this, Ted?
I think you're spot on. The confusion over the verdict form is something the defense was concerned about before they went back to deliberate, and Judge Cannone was insistent on keeping what they had drafted. What about question 2? Are the videos evidence, and how do we consider them? If your gut is correct that it's all about alcohol, she did talk about consuming drinks in the video evidence.
And that was one of the, and that was one of the things we talked about early on, right? There was a whole series of videos that they played early on in the case where it's her talking about how much did she drink. That would be an admission, a confession to drinking. So again, I think all these things are potentially connected. Now, obviously, the prosecutor says there's a lot more to those clips that he played for this jury, but the other 2 questions are not connected to that. If you want to look for the common denominator in all 3 questions, it's drinking and driving. It's not murder.
I
don't know how else to read this. Now, again, everyone needs to know, I know, we've covered these before. Sometimes questions come from 1 or 2 jurors that might be in the minority that are asking these questions. And the others want to say, okay, we'll ask the questions, and then you've got to come along with us. But
Absolutely.
If this is the jury speaking as a whole, this is enormously good news. I would be much more optimistic if I was on the defense side, which I never was. But as a prosecutor, I would not feel good about these questions at all. They're talking about OUI. They've gotten all the way down to the bottom charge of count 2, Ted. We're not debating manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. The first jury, that's where the first jury was. They were debating involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah,
They've gotten below that.
If they have found her guilty of murder, they don't care about the OUI. They would just
it's irrelevant.
Yeah, and they would find her guilty of that just because. So that's a great point.
Let me tell you something else, Ted.
Yeah.
Can I throw something else in for the folks watching at home?
Yeah.
you ask a question like this, once you get the answer, a verdict could follow very, very quickly after the answer. Now, we know there's going to be at least 15 or 20 minutes here. And what we've also seen in the history of court TV, Ted, is sometimes when they take too long to answer the question, the jury sends out another note and says, we have a verdict. So I'm not leaving this spot. Let me show you what's happening right here. This is a moment of anticipation. It's palpable, what folks are feeling out here right now, because everyone, as these questions are being asked and answered in court, everybody's streaming it, so they're hearing it as you're reporting it, Ted. So at this point, I think everyone here is anticipating that something big is going to happen very, very soon. Earlier this morning, the crowd was thinning, much thinner than yesterday. Since this note came out, it's starting to fill up again. As a matter of fact, we have to clear the sidewalk because we got people who need to walk by. But this is a big moment, Ted. This is a huge moment. I'll be here. I'm not leaving. I'm expecting something from this jury, whether it's after the question gets answered or maybe even before, Ted.
Yeah, you're right. These questions do give you the sense that a decision at the end of a verdict is coming, because once they get the answer to this question, assuming they are patient enough to wait, there's not much more to go. If indeed they're that low on the verdict form, that means they've accomplished a lot, and they have worked their way down to that question of drinking and driving, which is a question the defense would love to have answered in any way. They'll take it if they can avoid those top charges. Vinny, stay put. We're just gonna, because we're waiting for both sides to craft their responses, we'll slip in our commercial break now. We'll head back to Vinny and then, of course, back into the courtroom to see what each side comes up with in terms of an answer to these 3 questions from the jury deliberating the fate of Karen Reed.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the...
Okay. I'm not going to start the trial back right now. I know we're behind, but I don't want to be jumping back and forth. So what do you guys think? Man. What did you say that ticked me off? Forgot you that. But OUI is a lesser included, right? Which means that they have to find her guilty of manslaughter, ULT of OUI. Because I was worried because they added OUI, and I thought it was charge, and we said no, a lesser included, which means it's undercharged too. She has to be charged with the manslaughter to get the OUI. And 12:45, at 12:45. So how can you charge OUI at 12:45? Because they never could come up with the time he was hit, because they don't even know if he was hit. So how can I come up with the time he was hit? And then yes, pray for wisdom. Do not ever pray for patience. Don't ever do that. Or pay for patience either. Yeah. if they were gonna do OUI, they should have thrown it in there as a completely separate charge. And just let her be charged with that by itself. And then, at this point, what would she gotten as a punishment? After all she's been through. And paid bond. And followed rules all this time. Really. What would be your punishment? Come on, StreamYard. Don't do this, not now. Well, it's lost audio to something that doesn't have audio. Because there's no audio on Cart TV right now.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m. The second are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge?
Questions of court and writing their proposed answers, which Judge Cannoni will consider before answering the questions for the jury. They continue to deliberate 11 hours, 26 minutes, and counting. We are on pins and needles, as are the people outside the Massachusetts. We find Court TV lead anchor Vinny Latan joining the coverage. Vinny, in just a minute, let's bring in Matthew Mangino, though he is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Former prosecutor, defense attorney. He's been.
Well, at first blush, Ted, I think Vinny is on point here. It appears the primary charge that they have questions about is the driving. They want to make some determination to apply at 12:45 or at 5 a.m., which I think is significant in their about the video clips and the practice charge, which means that the jurors would be told that if they believe that these statements did not come as a result of being impaired, they were voluntary and not coerced, that they consider the jury is looking at the lesser offenses, not the murder, not the manslaughter, but maybe only the operating under the influence charge.
Let's take a look at the verdict form that has been the caught the attention of the defense. They wanted to change it, arguing that they needed to simplify it a bit. But this is what the jury is basically dealing with. And you can see that it starts with this page 1 of murder in the second degree. It's a not guilty or a guilty. That's pretty basic. Now you go into the second page, and it starts to get a little bit more convoluted, if you want, and they may be asking about this one here, because that's what they said in their question as an example. They said, example in charge 2, number 5, and that is guilty of lesser included offense. They wanted to know, well, does that mean if we find her guilty here, will that find her guilty overall on this charge? And the answer there is no. What's your take on the form? Is it confusing, Matthew, especially this one here, because this is the one that the jury has pointed out that they want clarification on?
Well, I think that, in a sense, justifies the defense's concern about the jury instructions, that they were a bit confusing. And Ted, you know, there's always confusion when you're dealing with jury instructions because they're not clear. And they're difficult to understand. And when the judge goes through those instructions, typically, you know, people's eyes gloss over because it's not an easy thing to comprehend when you're being asked to make these decisions and you're checking off these boxes on the verdict slip or the jury instructions. So yeah, I think in a sense, this question sort of validates the defense's concern with the instructions.
Yeah, it does. Let's bring in Matt Johnson, who's been covering this since the beginning. He is outside the courthouse as well. Matt, refresh our memory in terms of the defense issue with this jury form. Obviously, after the first case, we had the confusion. Jurors came forward and said, oh, we found her not guilty of the top 2 charges, just didn't understand the process. The defense was concerned about this scenario, were they not, with a motion filed with Judge Cannone?
Yeah, they were concerned about this, Ted, pre-retrial, which is the reason why they wanted that verdict form to be changed heading into deliberations. Then they came back on day 2 of deliberations yesterday. They filed an emergency motion saying that they had hoped to get more not guilties included, or at least the verdict form streamlined for at least count 2. That was denied without any arguments in front of Judge Beverly Cannone, who, of course, presided over the first trial. Her decision was also upheld by the High Court here in the Commonwealth on that issue last year that you were referencing. But let me just show you what's happening right here. So we're going to walk the line. We're going to show you, this is media that are local and from all across the country over here, just the number of cameras, and it goes actually more deep when Karen Reed is out here. And then across the street, we have over at the Registry of Deeds, we have all of those Reed supporters. We're going to continue to walk the line here. So this, again, is all the media waiting for Karen Reed to come out after this short conference and after the judge addresses the jury, the second deliberating jury. Over there, you have a big cluster of supporters over here. You have, of course, state police that have been out here with these barriers, maintaining the peace and the buffer zone. We can actually walk a little bit further over here, Jason. Let's walk the line over here. Again, things like this isn't in place when there is no trial. These barriers here, the barriers here, this is just in place for the deliberations and this jury. You can see that there is a large number of police presence. This is local police that are assisting as the arrival and departure of this defendant. But you can also see the group of supporters that are over here, much less than yesterday, but again, more that we've seen over the past 8 weeks of this trial, Ted.
All right, thank you, Matt. And Matt will be with us as we continue our rolling coverage of the case against Karen Reed. Vinnie Politan also in the crowd outside of the courthouse. That group of people knows the question. What's the mood there, Vinnie, in terms of the reaction from these questions?
Well, the first thing, you've got about half as many people as were here yesterday, which is fascinating to me. That everyone thought the verdict would come in yesterday. But I think there's a level of optimism right now amongst the supporters. The thing about the questions, Ted, that one question about the verdict slip itself could be that they're totally confused. If they're totally confused, our reading of the question about number 5 could be off. If they're completely confused about the second page, which everyone ahead of time agreed was completely confusing. So I think that's where we stand. I think the folks here are cautiously optimistic about this moment. They've been confident since day one. They were disappointed yesterday, fully expecting a verdict and a not guilty verdict. But I think everyone is kind of looking at this the same way we are, which is if they're talking about the lesser included of operating under the influence, have they gone through all the other relevant charges and landed there? Or do they completely not understand the process? And are they trying to do guilty, not guilty on every single charge? But if you're debating operating under the influence and at what time frame, clearly that impacts the lesser included above it. So I'm sticking with my original analysis here, unless there's complete confusion in that jury room.
Yeah, and you know, they say an example charge to number 5, it doesn't necessarily mean they're hung up on it, but you would think that they wouldn't have pointed that out unless there was some discussion in that deliberation room about just that. And if indeed it is that, that would be good news for the defense. What about the defense and Commonwealth responses here? And you brought it up earlier. Sometimes you push a jury too long with a response to a question and they'll move on. And we've seen it before. Well, they'll send another note and say, we got a verdict. Then he got a hold off. We got audio in the courtroom. Judge Cannone taking the bench.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
Of course it would.
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
I do not.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time in the indictment.
There's no time?
It's just the date.
I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them, and then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
We raise the issue of preserving. You can hate the whole thing, but I don't think it's going to. You're right.
Who's whispering into the hot mic?
She's going to.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
So sure you may.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them is to laws in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Did a blood test at the hospital that morning, and then they did some kind of a backwards, I forgot what they call it.
Judge Cannoni
formula math problem thing to figure out what it was the night before.
I can stay with it.
Which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because, number one, nobody knows if she went back to John's house and drank more. Because she was mad at him. She could have gone home and drank a whole nother bottle of vodka. Who knows? I doubt it, but we don't know that. They don't know that. Plus, every lab is different. And then you've got, and Alessi brought this out very, very well for the jury. It came out much better than it did in the last trial. You've got the lab in a hospital that is not used for forensic purposes. The lab at a hospital is used for diagnosis and for health purposes. They're not used to try to find out if someone was driving under the influence. Although they do use blood draws for that occasionally when someone is being stubborn and won't take a breathalyzer. But the lab then that takes that, whatever it is, however it's measured in the blood, they send that to a forensic lab that then does this weird formula thing to extrapolate backwards what the BAC was. There's no no guarantee that that's correct at all, and there's no way to get it exact. Exactly. How can they find out how drunk she was? They can't. And she absolutely could have had more to drink afterwards. If she was that mad and they had alcohol at the house, absolutely. I guess, what are they waiting for the jury? Okay, I don't want to keep flipping back and forth, but between the trial we're watching and this, but this is also boring to look at. Come on, Court TV, what are you doing? Oh, I know what they're doing. They have a real commercial on real TV. And we're back.
All right, back to the point we go. Judge Cannone done looking at her papers, now addressing the attorneys.
All right. So what I'm going to say is yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the, I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word if any.
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way they worded it as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to get this piece of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they can weigh the statements by give it no weight. The individual juror said, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, a complete weight, that distress that the clips than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or
Sorry, guys.
Okay, so your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Dang it. Not today, StreamYard. Knock it off.
Charge example. What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. Or suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made. With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense or any lesser included offense, comma, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under step 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense. Excellent. If find defendant guilty of the lesser offense.
Added in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one of, and there's a typo. It says, the parent
We
says,
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to more.
So my only suggestion would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We
OUI.
still need to say stop and sign the verdicts.
For sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay, let's get a break here. Then we'll see the rest of this discussion before the jury's brought back in with these answers. We're watching along with you, along with all of these people outside of the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. We have questions. Don't have a verdict yet, but boy, this jury is obviously working. Stay with us.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't know if I would, well, I know I wouldn't think, oh, well, she could have had something to drink when she got back to his house. Like, I wouldn't have thought about that because that wasn't in evidence at all. The clips, though, I think I would, let me see. I don't know. It's kind of hard to put yourself in the place of the jury when you know so much about a case. But because Jackson got up there during opening and was like, oh, that clip was taken out of context. That happened the next morning. She said he didn't look mortally wounded the next morning. And then because of the little stunt he pulled mid-trial with the holes in the sweatshirt, if I had remembered that from opening statements and then the sweatshirt thing and put 2 and 2 together, then I probably wouldn't weigh the clips as heavily. But I've never, like I said, the only time I was ever a juror, I didn't make it past jury selection. Like, I was an alternate. I was picked as an alternate because that's the way we do it in Florida. And I immediately said nope because I knew I was friends with the arresting officer. So I was like, nope, I can't be on this case. So I've never been on a jury long enough to know what it's like to sit through a whole trial and go through deliberations and stuff. But I don't think I would have given the clips that much weight if I had put 2 and 2 together, that the prosecutor was being a little bit loose with the rules of evidence. But the thing is, would I have remembered from the sweatshirt thing all the way back to opening statements? I don't think they did move to have all of it. And he pulled clips from a bunch of different places too. It wasn't all from the same interview she did. So that would have taken hours to watch everything she did. And I think it was like, it wasn't even like finished documentary footage. Because you know how some of them had like the 3 different views? I think that was unfinished footage. Like raw footage before they put it together in the documentary. And then he played it again towards the end. After Jackson had said, and he used it in
Welcome back to Court
closing.
TV Live. If you're just joining us, there is movement in the case against Karen Reed, the jury who's been deliberating now for 12 hours, 11 hours, 56 minutes, has 3 questions for Judge Cannone. Everybody outside that courthouse, everybody at home watching, is wondering, does this mean, are we getting closer to a verdict? So we just heard the defense and their basic suggestion to Judge Cannone how to deal with this 3rd question, which is, does convicting guilty on a subcharge make the overall charge automatically guilty? The answer is no, but then what else should Judge Cannone say? Well, let's hear what Hank Brennan suggests.
Oh, Hank Brennan.
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
Yes. All right. Would
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language actually. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the credits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes, thank
All right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if you can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you all.
So Brennan brought that same clip up in closing that he did in opening about him not about John O'Keefe not looking mortally wounded. And Jackson was able to correct that in opening, but because dang, I can't think right now. Because Jackson got up after an opening, he was able to correct it and say that wasn't when she saw him. She saw him the next morning and said he didn't look mortally wounded. But he didn't get a chance because I was wrong. I thought that the prosecutor was supposed to go first because in most states, the prosecutor goes first and last. But apparently they do it differently in Massachusetts because Peter Trago said that that's the way they do it in Massachusetts. So I guess they did it that way last time and I just didn't remember. So apparently that was normal and not a trick of Hank Brennan, so I guess I owe him an apology. But it still gave him the opportunity to do the same thing he did in openings. He showed that clip and said she knew she hit him because she said he didn't look mortally wounded. So he, again, lied to the jury, knowing that is not what that meant. That's a good point, Joe. That's good. Anybody want a beagle? I didn't ask you, Shadow. Come here. Say hi. Say hello. This might be the last time we see Ceiling Dion. Did you say goodbye to Ceiling Dion? Huh? Here. Talking to the microphone. Tell everybody hi. Where are you going? Bye. Jill said hi, Shadow. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Why are you barking so much? Why are you barking so much, huh? Why? Why? Why are you barking so much? You know, everybody hears you screaming your head off, begging for cookies. They think you're a crackhead. They think you're a crackhead. They hear you barking all the time. Just beg, 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 beg for cookies all the time. She's a cookie monster. Aunt Jill said you're a cookie monster. Go lay down with your brother. Oh, your brother's right here. Of course he is. Now Spike is probably thinking, please don't pick me up. Please don't pick me up. Please don't pick me up. Hey, buddy. You want to get up here and say hi too? Okay. You've had enough. Do you need to go outside? Please don't pee on the carpet. You have to go outside. They don't do anything normal in Massachusetts. Any day now? Why is it taking so long? Are they eating lunch? Nope. They don't go to lunch till 1. Yeah, I got... Now what? No. You're awfully pretty, but you can't have any more cookies. I would miss all of them too much. They're all little brats, but I guess that's my own fault. Is it my fault you're a brat, Belle? You were fixing to say something right before I asked you that question. She was about to bark, and I asked her that question. She didn't say anything. She knows exactly what I'm saying to her. You're not going to answer that question? It's not my fault you're a brat? Is it Daddy's fault you're a brat? Is it Daddy's fault? No, Daddy's not home. Why are you looking at the door? Daddy's... What are you doing? Silly. What? What? I know I treat you so bad. You're so mistreated. You're so mistreated. Why are you watching my hands? I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Clock paused 11 hours, 52 minutes, 30 seconds. Watch them go back in and come right back out with a verdict. Why? I think I know why she's doing this. I think. I don't know for sure, but I think. She's super, super skinny. The last time we went to the vet, and it was just to get her nails cut, it wasn't like a checkup or anything. She had lost 8 pounds from the last time we took her to the vet. And she had lost a lot of weight. I knew she'd lost a lot of weight. And they said, you might want to bring her in for work to see if there's anything wrong. And I already knew that she had the kidney problems. And I knew that to send her urine to the lab was over $300. And she'd been on antibiotics before, and we'd been in and out with the kidney stuff. And I knew that the blood work was going to cost an arm and a leg, and she's 13 years old. And we can't afford, like, any major type of treatment or anything for... I mean, not that we're just going to let her die. We're not going to let her be miserable, but... she's normal. She's running around and playing and acting like a normal self. Her personality has changed a little tiny bit in that she's getting more skittish. And she has a little bit more trouble holding her urine. Other than that, she's her normal self. She still eats just as much as she always has. So, to get her to put on some weight, I got her some of that fresh pet food that's food. So she was getting her own extra little thing of... I didn't want him to, like, attack her to try to get her special food. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And I'm hoping that the weight loss is just age. The food summit, because she was losing. Now that out of the fresh pet right now, I guess she thinks she gets extra cookies. No. Oh, I haven't tried that, Carla. Because Travis gives them a cookie. We call them cookies. He gives them one in the morning when they come in from going outside, and one at night. He calls it last call. When they go out right before bedtime, he calls it last call, and then they get a cookie then. We used to give them the bigger, like the medium-sized milk bones. And then when she started gaining so much weight and needed to go on a diet, we mini ones, like the ones we give them now. But when she gets 10 a day because she won't stop barking, you might as well have the big one. See, he doesn't beg for them. He's just happy if he gets one. And they also get the doggy ice cream now too. We buy them, but they don't get that very often.
All right. All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those?
Bring them over. I thought that's
So
what we
Tony
were
will take
waiting on.
those. All right, so I'll take. Thank you.
Oh, she had to revise the jury.
Tori, how many did you make?
You wanna get up here in my lap again? You wanna get up here? You wanna get up here again? You wanna get mommy's lap? Come here. You wanna get up here in my lap again? Come on. Well, alright. Don't even knock my glasses off your face. Just say no. See. Everybody wants to see you. They said you have a pretty face. That was rude. You're rude. You're rude. I give you a cookie and you treat me that way. See? See? See the respect I get around here? I don't get any respect around here. Why should I give you cookies? Treat me like that. Brat. You knocked my glasses off my face, girl. You're shedding bad. Look, you left half of you on me.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
Unless that was a, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it.
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with the blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide, blood alcohol level, defense of vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Stop and sign the verdicts. If you're not guilty of motor vehicle homicide, of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with the blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you sign the verdict slip. Defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors.
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Yeah, and because there's only one not guilty at the very top, they found her not guilty on 1 and on 3, but they were hung on 2. So that's why she's being charged with all 3 again, because there's not a not guilty by 1 and a not guilty by 3.
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you could go back and look at the form after 4. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue. I said I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
No, they won't be back till after lunch because they're gonna get their last free lunch before they go.
Jury's exited the court. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
Foot. All right.
Hey. Well, at least it crashed like it normally does that time. Judy sent it to me. Let me find it. See if I can just. computer's so slow. Come on. Open it. In the fudge. Where'd it go? It was just there, now it's gone. There it is. Nope. That window. Wait. I got windows everywhere. That's not the right window. Windows everywhere. Okay. Okay. Commonwealth v. Karen Reed verdict slip. Offense 001, murder in the second degree. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is crime charged, murder in the second degree, not guilty, guilty, and this is a unanimous decision of all 12 members, and then the date, and then the signature of the foreperson. Commonwealth of Massachusetts v. Karen Reed verdict slip. Offense 002, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. This has not guilty. Yeah, this is the proposed. This is the way the defense wanted it. Which, yeah, not guilty. Crime charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If guilty, check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Not guilty or guilty. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, continue below. Less included involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, continue below. Okay, so lesser includeds can be done on their own then. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, continue below. Lesser included, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. If guilty, check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. If not guilty, continue below. Lesser included, operating under the influence of liquor. If guilty, check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. And this is a unanimous decision of all 12 jurors, and sign and date. I was thinking the same thing. I used to love those books too, Robbie. I was thinking the same thing. That's what it reminded me of. Offense 003, leaving the scene of an accident and death. And the above entitled case, we the jury say the defendant is crime charged, leaving the scene of an accident, not guilty or guilty. And this is a unanimous decision of all 12 members. Okay, so it's just the second one that has the lesser includeds. Okay, so 1 and 3 have no lesser includeds. So it's murder in the second degree, and 3 is leaving the scene of an accident. Leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. So the one that they have questions about is this one again. So it's manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence. The first lesser included is involuntary manslaughter. The next lesser included motor vehicle homicide. So that's... How is that different from involuntary manslaughter? Motor vehicle homicide. Motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. How is that different from involuntary manslaughter? And then the last one is just OUI. It doesn't say anything about death. But they do say, if you find the defendant guilty of the crime above, stop. Yeah, but it also says she can be found guilty if it's just operating under the influence. Which means which I guess, I mean, she was. But so was everybody else that night. I really think after all she's been through, she should get a free pass for that. Oh, whatever. Okay. Back to Meagan Jackson until we hear something else. For crying out loud. StreamYard, can we not? Oh, well,
Error.
To raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that everything you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Erica Dontell, Dontell.
Meagan? Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher,
What grade?
4th grade.
Are you married?
Yes.
And what's your husband's name?
Christopher Dontell.
And is he the Christopher Dontell who is involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you two been married?
10 years today.
Do you have any children?
2.
And were you working back in 2019 into 2020?
Yes, I was in transition. I had left my in-school position, kind of transitioned to working at my sister-in-law's daycare when I was pregnant with Clayton. And then in 2020, I got hired at my virtual school that I'm at now.
Okay. And so let me talk about, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Was your husband working at that time, Chris Dontell?
Yes.
What was he doing?
His main job was, he has a facility maintenance company that does maintenance all up and down the East Coast. And then he also was a deputy coroner for Horry County.
What did he do prior to being a deputy coroner?
He worked for a body transport company that moved deceased bodies for funeral homes and for the county.
Now, thinking back to 2019 and 2020, you mentioned somewhere during one of your answers that you were pregnant with Blake. How old were your children? Or obviously, that's a span of time. How old were they at that time?
Clayton?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So Clayton was born in April of 2019, so he was up to a year. And then Charlie was 3 at the time.
How, in 2019, 2020, would that have covered the time period of COVID?
Yes.
So tell me sort of what was going on in your marriage at that time.
We were experiencing some difficulties just because like I said, I had left my full-time teaching job and went back to the daycare, which was a good pay cut. And then when COVID struck, then Chris's business with the maintenance company pretty much came to a halt because gas stations and things weren't open like they were. And so that just put a lot of strain on us. He was working for the coroner's office. It was just stress and not sleeping with a new baby, so.
So not an easy time?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her for the first time at the celebration lunch that they had for Chris when he moved from the transport company to work for the county. And then shortly after that, she moved into our neighborhood and we became friends.
Do you recall about when she moved into your neighborhood?
I want to say maybe like December of 2019.
How far away from you did she move?
Just the back of the neighborhood, like 2 streets over.
Did you know if Meagan had any children at that time?
Yes.
How many children did the defendant have?
4.
Do you know their approximate ages? You don't have to be exact.
I think when we met them, 15, 13, maybe 9, 8.
Prior to, let me back up. When you first met the defendant, were you and your husband and your children already living in River's Edge?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, did your families start hanging out together?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, was it just her and her children, or did someone else live there?
Yep, just her and the kids.
Did the fact that this was the period of COVID affect how much time y'all spent together?
Yes, because once, we would always get together and things, but then once everything shut down, we were at each other's houses every day. Either her kids were at my house or we were at her house every day.
Did you consider her a friend back then?
On this day 5 years ago, yes.
Do you consider her a friend now?
No.
You said that the defendant had 4 children. Did you know who their father was?
I knew of him, but I had never met him, but I knew his name was Greg.
So you never met him, you didn't know him personally?
Mm-hmm. There was one time that I think he either picked up or dropped off the kids in the neighborhood, and we saw him in the car, but never corresponded with him or anything.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
Yes, John. Just a leading question. Oh, go ahead.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
It sounded very toxic. She mentioned a lot of abuse, and she would say things like, "Oh, I'm going to go drop off the kids if I'm not in the back in an hour, or send somebody to look for me." It just sounded, she just made it seem very hostile.
When she mentioned abuse, did you ever see any signs of abuse on her? Any bruises, cuts, broken bones, or anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any evidence that he was abusive other than what the defendant said?
No, just what she said.
Court's indulgence. Can you describe for the jury how big or small a part of your life, your family's life, the defendant became during this time period?
Very big. I mean, she literally infiltrated our whole lives, from our kids to our finances to just all areas. Sorry.
No, I was waiting to.
Yeah, she just, I mean, like I said, we were together pretty much every day, and even if us grown-ups weren't, like her kids were with my kids all the time, so.
Was the defendant working, where was the defendant working at this point?
Ground staff transport, she had taken Chris's spot.
Did that mean that the defendant and your husband worked together quite a bit?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or were you told that the defendant and your husband were having an affair?
Yes.
How did that information first come to you?
Through a text message from an anonymous website.
Okay.
Open the doors, sir. I'll give you. Hey, Your Honor, I do have an objection based on 404. Would you like to see the document?
Well, I haven't moved to admit it yet. I was just showing you what I would have to show her.
Okay. If you're just show me that. That's all.
Your Honor, but actually, before I approach with this, when describing how big a part of your marriage the defendant became, you mentioned something about finances. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yeah, so there were multiple times when she would help us with like groceries. She would show up with groceries. She would go to like Sam's Club or, you know, BJ's or well, BJ's wasn't around there, Costco. And it was like whatever she bought for her household, she would double and buy for our household. And so she did that a few times. And then like if we would go out, she would like get the bill for us. And then it got to the point where by the summer of 2020, we were in talks of opening a summer camp, because that's like my dream, and we were looking at properties and talking about pools, and so we just thought that we were going to be these business partners in this camp that's nothing like anything that's in the area. So that's just.
Now, you said that the defendant had taken over Chris's job, so did you have some idea of the salary that she was probably making?
I want to say he was less than 50,000, I think, when he was on.
Did the defendant ever give you any idea of how she was able to afford all of these things, or how she did afford what she actually gave you?
It was my understanding from what she told us that she had inherited money from her parents.
Now, going back to the anonymous texts, I'm approaching you with state security.
I'm sorry, do we need to get a little bit
Thank you. All right. If you can just look at that. There's some pages. Are those the anonymous texts you received?
Yes.
Was that on September 27th?
Yes.
So what did those texts tell you about an affair between your husband and the defendant?
They thought I should know that my husband got somebody else pregnant.
Did it name the person?
Not at first, but then later on, it said, oh, and the person was Meagan Jackson.
Was there anything about the way the defendant's name was spelled that meant anything to you?
Yeah. I just felt like it had to be, I even told Chris, like, when it came through that I was like, this has to be somebody that knows her because they spelled her name correctly, because I've never seen her name spelled that way until I met her. So I feel like if there's anybody, I mean, my name's Erica and people misspell that all the time. So I just felt like you have to know somebody to spell their name correctly. So I knew it had to be somebody close.
Did the text give you any indication of how they were able to find contact information for you?
It said that they found my number on a website. It was like special ed or something, like an educational website.
Was there any information about any trips that correlated with any trips that you knew about that your husband took?
Yes, there was. It wasn't like a screenshot or anything, but it was just a flight number and then the 4 names of the people that traveled.
Who were the 4 names, if you remember?
Well, I know it's Meagan, Chris, Savannah, and I think Savannah's friend.
Do you recall what you were doing when you got those texts?
We had dinner plans with my friends and Chris was on call. So usually when he was on call, we would ride to his car in case he got a call. And then me and the kids would just wait in the car. And so he had just gone into the house when the text message, the first one came through.
Did they come through over
Yeah, they were spread out, yes.
So what did you do after you got that first one?
I texted him and I said, I need you to get somebody else to cover this call. And I said, we have a family emergency, I need you to come out here.
Did he come out?
Yes.
Did you confront him with the text or show him the text?
Yes, and because it was just from like the free site, he's like, I don't know what this is about. Like, this just must be somebody messing with us, but I'll deal with it after the call. Let me finish the call and we'll talk about it or deal with it.
At some point, did you and Chris talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, so once he, so while we were there waiting for him to come out, I got the text message about that he got somebody pregnant and where they found my phone number. And then once we started driving to the restaurant, because we were just like, we already had plans, and he was just saying like, I don't know who would do this, like who do you think would do this? And I was like, I don't know, this is not something I expected. And so we were still gonna go to dinner, and then that's when the other message came through that said, and it's Meagan Jackson, and I have proof.
When you first got those texts, did you believe it, not believe it? What was going through your mind?
I was in shock. I was like, I don't know why, like, never saw that coming. I never would have imagined that we would be in this position. And that, so then when he seemed to not know anything about it, then we were just kind of like, okay, well, you know, it didn't seem real. Like, I couldn't believe that it was true.
And so did you and Chris talk to the defendant about these texts?
I believe that would elicit forward for everything that's responsible, Your Honor. So that's the proper question.
Thank you. Did either you or did you and your husband together talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, once the message came through that said her name, that's when I said, well, call her. Like, get her on the phone right now. And he did, on speakerphone. And I said, why am I getting text messages that say that you're pregnant and who is saying this? And she was like, I don't know, I'm getting the kids in the car, I have to call you guys back. And then pretty quickly hung up.
Did you ever have another conversation with her about the texts and who might be sending them?
Later on, there was another time where we were talking, and then she said that she figured it was Greg texting it.
Greg isn't her husband?
Yes.
Did you, based on the text that you received, did you do any sort of research about anything?
Well, I looked up my own phone number because I didn't know what that website was, and I was like, well, how's my number just out for the public? And it came up that it was just my online resume from when I was trying to get a teaching job, so that's where it came from.
Did you look up anything else from the text or?
Well, later that evening, because, you know, we had gotten home from the restaurant and everything, and so then I just started looking up, like, just books about marriage and how to save your marriage, because I just felt like if this was even something that we were discussing, like, I mean, I knew we were having some stress and that things were, like, tight and just overwhelming at the time, but I didn't think that it would be to this point.
Did you do anything to prevent getting those types of texts in the future?
I tried to just block the websites or the freetext.com, whatever, so that I couldn't get any more. Because we talked to Megan, she thought it was Greg, and so we just figured we'll just eliminate it being able to come through so that we could kind of work on it and distance ourselves from them, because she had mentioned to a few times in the past just that Greg, was very, like, not protective, that's not the word I want to use, but like anytime she got close to somebody, he would cause problems. And that he had accused her in the past of having affairs with like men from the funeral homes and things. And so,
So what, you said you tried to block it, did you do anything else? Did you keep your phone?
Yes, well because I had 2 phones at the time because I was in the process of trying to get a new teaching job. And so I had gotten a phone number with a South Carolina number because I figured if I'm applying for jobs, it might not look as good if you have an out-of-state phone number, because I've learned that it's all who you know, and so I wanted to look like I was local and I was here and ready to work. And so at that time I had 2 phones, and then I just kind of stopped using that one. And then Chris did take my phone to see if he could track who or where the message came from with somebody that he worked with at the police department, I think.
Okay. Now you said the defendant had told you that in the past, Greg, I guess, was assertive if she got close to someone.
Yes.
How long had the defendant been in your life at that point?
So if that was September, just since she moved in December, so less than a year.
You testified that you spent quite a bit of up to that point?
I mean, we had never met him or anything. Like, usually, just from the stories that she told us and how, she claimed it was so bad. It's like, if we knew that he was coming to get the kids or whatever, then we would leave. Like, we're like, well, we don't want to be here, and we would leave if we knew, or she would leave to take the kids where they had to go.
Other than the defendant's own words, did you ever have any evidence that Greg Rice was abusive or inappropriate?
No, just what she told me.
I'm approaching with what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. And there are some email addresses listed under the 2. Can you read the addresses out loud and tell me if you know who they belong to?
EricaDelangelo@gmail.com, Mrs. Dontell@gmail.com.
And whose email addresses are those?
Those are both mine.
Okay.
Colton's mama @gmail.com. Delangelo2@AOL.com. Colton's, sorry, I can't see. mommycoupons@gmail.com, and then Aaron Benford 53114@gmail.com.
Whose email addresses are those?
My family. So it's got my sisters and my dad.
Your sisters, plural?
My one sister, but it's multiple emails. Yeah.
Okay. Just so we're clear, do you recall ever receiving this email?
No, I do not.
When your husband would be on call, would he stay with you, stay someplace else? What was that like?
Yeah, when he was on call, he'd just be at the house, because his regular job, he worked from our home office, so he was at home until he got a call, and he'd go on calls and come home whenever the calls were done.
Would he frequently be gone for kind of hours at a time?
Yes.
Do you remember learning that Greg Rice had disappeared?
Yes.
How did you find out?
Chris told me that Meagan called and said that Greg didn't pick up the kids from school.
Do you recall when that was?
I just remember it was a Monday. I guess the first Monday of October.
What did you think at that point?
Objection, false speculation, I think. That's what she thinks.
I'm asking her what she thought. That she's not speculating as to what she thought.
So at the time, basically on conversation, I just assumed that her prior things about how he was on a drug binge or something and just left.
And again, you had spent time not only with the defendant, but also with her children, correct?
A lot, yes.
So did you have any other information or evidence?
Can you guys hear me? It's screwing with my audio again.
I don't have any questions for right now. I think Preston Britton is going to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. What was yours?
Sorry.
Thank you for being here. This is difficult for you. When did you, I hate to, are you aware that Chris and Meagan continued their relationship after all this went down? Into October and November of 2020?
Yes.
Again, I'm sorry. And he was on the 27th of September. Y'all were communicating. He was telling you that he wanted to stay with it and stay in the marriage. And then, right?
Yes.
You may not. You mentioned a phone call with Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right? After you learned about what was going on?
Yes.
Were you aware that he put her on? He pushed her to make that phone, be a part of the phone call? Did you take that?
No.
He didn't tell you she didn't want to do that? You want to be a part of that phone call?
No, because when I said
you recall telling one of the detectives in this case that Chris Dontell called you in the early morning hours of October 3rd and told you you don't have to worry about Gregory Rice anymore?
that did not happen.
It's not good, I understand that. Do you put any responsibility on Chris Dontell for his affair with Meagan Jackson?
Absolutely.
You agree that he could have stopped at any point and being inappropriate with you, to promise you he was going to stick with you, he continued to engage in acts with her? Isn't that right?
Yes.
You're not claiming to be an expert in anything in terms of forensic, digital forensic. You didn't take any of the anonymous texts that you received and have those reviewed by me? Or this is where you come from?
I did.
Were you there for the years Gregory Rice and met together on and off?
And Savannah was alive.
What just happened?
With the defendant about those text messages. How much time passed between you saying, get her on the phone, and him getting her on the phone?
It was in there. At first he was like, well, I'll text her and see it. And I'll call.
You testified that you put blame on him for this. I'm sure you do.
Yes.
When did you leave him when you first got those text for free messages?
No.
Did you leave him when he was arrested? Did you leave him?
Yes.
Do you know what's going to happen in the future?
No. I haven't even talked to him probably 4 years.
Nothing further on.
All right, you may sit. So you need a break.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask that Ms. Dontell be released from her subpoena.
You need a break. All right, she's free.
Yes.
I'll make sure that you do the hard thing. So we'll come back out and start.
Christopher Allen Dontell, Dontell.
I'm going to have you spell your middle name just because there are a couple different ways to spell Allen.
Allen, Allen.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, you were in custody at this time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in custody?
Since September 9th of 2021.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested November 11th of 2020.
Were you out on bond for a period of time then?
I was out on bond for, I believe, about 10 months.
And what happened to put you back in jail?
The bond got revoked for contact with my co-defendant.
What did you do before you were arrested?
I was a deputy coroner for the Oregon County Coroner's Office.
Did you have any other jobs or businesses?
I did. I owned a totally unrelated business in facility maintenance with a business partner in Maryland.
Now, was your case called for trial in December of last year?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when it was called for trial?
When it was called for trial, I pled to accessory after the fact and conspiracy.
Had you had any conversations with me or any other representative of the state about that plea before you stood up and said that?
No.
Do you have any agreements whatsoever with the state that's causing you to testify today?
No.
Did you plead guilty to those charges because you are in fact guilty of those charges?
Yes.
What are you hoping to get from testifying today if there are no agreements between the state and you?
Personally, I'm hoping to get a, obviously less time. I'm also hoping to provide closure for the Rice family.
Were you, I'm going to sort of jump around just a little bit because I'm going to go to after the murder before the murder. Were you interviewed multiple times by law enforcement prior to your arrest?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth during those interviews?
No.
Why?
few reasons. One, I was still trying to protect my job. You know, I had a family, a house, I had a career, I had a good life, and I'm trying to protect it. I'd also been threatened by my co-defendant that if I ever told the truth, she'd kill me.
You said one of the reasons is that you were trying to protect the house. You had a nice house and a family. Does your family still live in that house?
No.
And some people might think it odd that a man is afraid of a fairly petite woman. Why are you afraid of her?
I'm afraid of her because I watched her kill the father of her kid. And the friend did the same thing to me.
All right, so now, how did you come to meet the defendant?
So, I believe it was early 2018. She came to work for Grindstaff Transport, which is the company that contracts with the coroner's office as well as several funeral homes in the area to do body transport. I had worked for them for several years at that time, and when the defendant came to work for Grindstaff, I was one of the ones that was kind of put in charge of helping to train her. So I taught her things like, you know, different funeral homes have different preferences for how you speak to the families and the questions you ask, and things that you do to the body when you get back to the funeral home to prepare it for embalming. So I trained her as to the preferences of different funeral homes, as well as the preferences of foreigners, so that we could serve them.
You sort of do.
Okay, so the body transport company, it would go to the place of death, meet with the family, ask several questions that are repetitive. You ask the same questions with each body, and then bring the body from the place and prepare it for. And in the case of a coroner call, we would respond to the place of death, anywhere from a hospital bed to the side of the road, anywhere in between. And we would work with the coroners while on scene, just to make their job as easy as possible. We would draw blood if they needed us to draw blood. We would collect body fluids. We would help package evidence, really whatever they needed.
Would body transport workers work alone or in pairs?
Both, depending on the circumstances. On a coroner case, typically it would be alone, because in a coroner case, there's firemen or police on scene that would help us with the bodies. In the case of a funeral home, most of the time, 2 people would go, because you know, the family's there and you want to make sure you're handling the body with care and respect.
Did you ever see the defendant lifting a body?
Thousands of times. Yeah.
Did she always require assistance?
No.
You said that you met, you said 2018. When you first began working with her, did you introduce her to your family?
I wouldn't say it was when I first went to work with her, but I believe the first time she met my family was when we were living in a condo off of 38th Avenue in Myrtle Beach. And my wife was pregnant at the time, and we were moving into our new house in Conway. So I was, and I just happened to be talking about it on one of our death calls one day that, you know, I had a lot of work to get done. I was having to box things up. I didn't have much help. And the defendant volunteered to help me lift the boxes and move them downstairs and things like that. So I took her up on that offer, and she came to the condo and helped, and she met my wife.
Do you know where the defendant was living at that point?
She was living in Merle's Inlet.
Who was she living with?
The victim in the case and her 4 children.
The victim being Greg
Rice, yeah, sorry.
When you moved from the condo, where did you and your family move?
We moved to River's Edge Plantation off of Highway 90 in Conway.
At some point, did you and the defendant begin a sexual relationship?
Yes.
How did that begin?
Well, it began, I would say, when there was a time I invited her to lunch at a restaurant called Bricks in Myrtle Beach. She came to lunch with me, and she ordered several drinks. It was the first time I'd seen her drink. She ordered a bunch of amaretto sours and got hammered drunk. After that, and let me backtrack, I was a regular at Bricks. I went there a lot. I went there with my family. I went there after leaving the hospital from autopsies for lunch. I was a regular there. So after the initial time that the defendant met me there, I continued to go there on my own, and I started seeing her there. I would run herself.
This was before your sexual relationship began?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting...
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to make sure we keep the timeline correct.
I got you. So then on one of these occasions at Bricks, it was at night, she paid her bill and she told me that she had to talk to me outside privately. So I went outside with her and she told me to get in the van, her work van. So I got in the passenger seat thinking she was going to ask me a question about work or something like that. And she turned the van on and threw it in reverse. I said, "Where are we going?" She said, "We can't talk right here." It was right by the entrance, there were people around. So in the back parking lot of Bricks, it's kind of an incline in the parking lot, and it goes up to a service road, like a dead-end service road. And she pulled into the service road and parked. And I said, "This looks suspicious, why are we here?" She said, "Have you ever cheated on your wife?" I said, "No." She said, "Well, you're about to." And she climbed over the console on top of me and started to kiss me. And on that occasion, I gently pushed her off of me and said, "I'm not doing this." For the next several days, she kind of made fun of me about it and told me that I was the only guy she's ever met that would have turned down that opportunity. And eventually I didn't push her off of me. I gave in, and that's when it all started. And it became a regular event.
Do you know about when the affair started?
It would have been very late 2019, very early 2020.
Would you say that the two of you were fairly sexually active with each other? Did you have sex a lot?
I don't know, depends on what your definition of a lot is, but yeah, fairly regularly, yeah.
During your time together with the defendant, before the affair started and all the way until you stopped having contact with her, did you ever meet Greg Rice?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
She described it as abusive. Basically that he was a drug abusing woman beater, and that was why she left him.
During your time with her, did you ever see any physical evidence of any abuse that she suffered?
No.
Did you, other than what the defendant said to you, did you have any other reason to believe that Greg Rice had anything to do with illegal drugs?
No.
At some point, did the defendant move into your neighborhood?
Yes.
What?
That's a leading question, my opinion.
Do you know when that was?
She moved into the neighborhood around Christmas time of 2019. And I remember that because she had a Christmas tree in her house before she had anything else.
Okay. Once she moved into the neighborhood, did you and your family begin to spend time with her and her children?
Yes.
Okay, let me actually back up. Who moved into her house? Excuse me.
In River's Edge?
Yes.
She had left Greg, and she moved into the new house with her 4 children.
Approximately how far away was the house that she moved into from your house?
Right down the street, within a 2-minute walk, roughly.
And I think I might have just asked this, but did your family start spending time with each other?
All the time.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to the children about their father, Greg Rice?
Yeah, I mean,
I think what Ray Mike said, if you're so, yeah, you can't get into what he said, and I don't like that question.
Okay.
I mean, you can't say what Ray Rice said.
I didn't ask what Greg Rice said. I was asking about the children, but I can ask it this way. In your time with the victim's children, did you see anything that would indicate that the children were afraid of him?
just the opposite.
Okay.
No, they spoke very high. They spoke of him the way I would want my children to speak of me.
I get you on. He's talking about what other people say. That's a hearsay. Hearsay. What children said hearsay.
At some point, did Erica, your wife, find out that you and the defendant were having an affair?
Yes.
And let me ask the obvious question first. Before she found out, did you take steps to hide the affair from her?
Yes.
Did that include lying to her?
Yes.
So at some point, Erica found out about the affair. Do you know how she found out?
I believe it was when she received anonymous text messages.
Were you together with her when she got those text messages?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Did she?
You know, that's not a affirmative answer. He said it was pretty certain. Okay. Question and answer.
I can clarify.
What I want me to do is right there. Just have him rephrase it. Check on him, see if he is testifying to what he knows. Can't testify, not sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Forgot where I was now. Did she show you any of those? Did she confront you about those text messages?
Yes, she did.
What was your response to her about the text? Do you remember what any of them said?
It was something to the effect of, your husband has impregnated someone. Just thought you might want to know about it.
What did you say when she confronted you with those text messages?
That I had no idea who would have sent that, and that wasn't true.
So you lied to her because you were trying to target her.
Yeah.
At that time, did you have any idea who sent those messages?
No.
Did you and or your wife ever, well, I'll stick with you so it's personal knowledge. Did you ever speak with the defendant about those texts?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you who was sending the text or who she thought was sending the text?
She pretty much immediately said that it was Greg Rice.
And I apologize if I've asked you this before. Did you ever meet Greg?
As far as, I never shook his hand, we never spoke. I saw him, he would drive through the neighborhood to pick up the kids. I would wave at him, just a friendly wave. That was the extent of my interaction with him.
After those initial texts, did you and your wife remain married?
I'm sorry?
After Erica received those initial texts, that's a hard word, did you guys remain married?
Yes.
Did it cause additional strain on your marriage?
Yes.
For some indulgence for a moment. Your Honor, I'm going to approach, with the court's permission, with State Exhibit 153. Did you and the defendant have more than one conversation about who kind of trying to leak word of the error?
Yeah, it was an ongoing conversation over the course of several days.
And were they in-person conversations, text conversations, or both?
Both.
If you could just look at Exhibit 153, it's not admitted yet, so don't read it out loud or anything.
Okay.
But is that a conversation that you had with the defendant?
It appears to be, I don't remember, yeah. But,
Is that your phone number? Is that her phone number? Did you ever text from your phone?
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, did anyone ever text from the defense phone? Text you from the defendant's phone?
Other than her, no.
Next.
I don't think you can know who texted her phone, so I moved just like that in.
He said not to my knowledge. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit here. Before you're right about those on.
So the conversation began. The client that we worked for had numerous stores in Florida that I had never had the chance to bid, and I had been wanting to go there for time to drop a business card to some of the franchisees at the stores and try to get my foot in the door to get the Florida region of the contracts. There's also a really good pizza place in St. Augustine that I like to go to, and I discussed all this with the defendant.
So how is it that you and the defendant and these two other people went together?
Yeah, she said, I'll take and she put the people together.
Did you tell Erica that you're going with the defendant and the doctor?
No, Florida, but
So I'm going to direct your attention to, I think it's
Good Lord, Spike.
no.
Spike broke it.
Erica that you were going with the defendant and the defendant's daughter and her friend?
No, she knew I was going to Florida, but not with them.
It's been shown. So I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 98. I'm just going to direct your attention to, I think it's the sixth line. Is that an accurate list of the people who went to Florida on that trip?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone else know?
No, not to my knowledge.
While you were, and how close in time was that trip to when Greg was killed?
I don't remember the exact dates of the trip. I know Greg was killed on the night of the 2nd. It would have been within a week to 2 weeks, I believe.
During that trip, did the defendant tell you anything about any text conversations or issues she was having with the victim?
Yes. So during that trip, she claimed that Greg Rice was upset because she had let the kids with him for longer than he expected to have them. And then she showed me what appeared to be a text from Greg saying something to the effect of, "You have a storm coming."
Did she show you just that text message, or did she show you like an entire conversation?
She did not show me the entire conversation. Matter of fact, that's the only line I remember.
Did the defendant talk to you about that sort of message?
Well, going forward from that point, she acted as if she was terrified of Greg, and that if that storm coming message meant that he was going to abuse her again, she was in fear of him, and it was a constant subject of conversation after that. I don't know how she did it. She's very tech savvy, and she did something with her phone to where she could see Greg's phone screen on her phone, and she could track his location. She could see if he was texting somebody, she could see his screen on her screen from wherever she was. Like I said, it was a constant conversation. Oh, she thought that he was going to use the kids against her. She claimed that he had made comments about trying to take the kids and get child support from her. And like I said, it was a constant conversation after she got that text.
Again, I apologize, I'm jumping around a little bit. At some point, did the defendant tell you that she had become pregnant?
Yes.
Was that before or after the trip to Florida?
Before. That would have been in, I believe it was late August.
Did she tell you who the father of the child was?
She said the father of the child was me.
At some point during this time period when the anonymous text messages were being sent, was there ever any conversation about a package coming in the mail?
Yes. One of the anonymous texts that my wife received said that something along the lines of all the proof is in the mail, or all the proof, all these messages will be sent in paper form, something like that, in the mail.
And so what conversations did you and the defendant have about this potential package?
I don't remember exact conversations we had about it, but I can tell you when it came, I was home and I received it.
Who was the package addressed to?
It was addressed to my wife.
Was there a return address on it?
There was. It was from an education company in Columbia.
What made you think that that was the package that would be related to the anonymous text?
Because the company that was listed, or the school that was listed as the sender, was not the school that my wife worked for. It was a different one. And combine that with the fact that supposedly this stuff was coming in the mail, I put two and two together, and I opened the package, and
What did you see inside?
I saw several pages of what appeared to be screenshots of text messages, as well as photo collages. And to be honest with you, I didn't even examine it. I knew what it was, and I got in my car and drove it down to the defendant's house and gave it to her.
Did you have any idea what she was going to do with that package?
I did not.
But you said you saw photo. What did you see inside the box?
Photo collages. Some of the pages had screenshots of text messages. Some of them had photo collages. I mean, I noticed that there were some pictures I recognized of myself on there, but I didn't analyze each page or look at all the pictures.
Okay. Now let's move to October 2nd.
Okay.
Starting at about 6:15, the jury has seen evidence that you and the defendant left River's Edge in separate cars around 6:15, 6:20.
That's testimony from Solicitor.
I'm just trying to orient him into.
I sustained the objection, just ask your question.
At some point that evening, did you and the defendant leave River's Edge community at about the same time?
I don't believe so. I believe I was already out working.
Of course.
And when I met with her, if I recall correctly, it was at the Heritage.
What type of car did you typically drive?
A silver Ford Explorer.
has been inside of this courtroom ever since.
We think about what this family's endured. Yeah, the Karen Reed camp also has been through it, but this family has been through much worse. Let's be honest, they've lost so much in the life of John O'Keefe as they search for justice, walking back into the courtroom. We don't know, again, what is happening at 1:30, but as soon as Judge Cannone takes the bench, we will take you into the courtroom. Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson also outside the courthouse. Vinny, in a lot of anticipation for this 1:30. We will cut you off as we always do if Cannone takes the bench, but take it away, set the scene if you would.
Sure. Something really unusual just happened here. Nobody saying a word. To me, a demonstration of respect for the victim's family in this case. The same exact thing happened when Karen Reed and the defense team walked in. Complete silence in the streets of Dedham. Never have I been at a case where hundreds and hundreds of people are gathering, passionately believing in what they believe in this case, and having everyone silent at the same time. And just before that happened, one of the leaders of the movement, one of the local leaders, got up on the steps behind me to address all of the Free Karen Reed movement members and explained to them and explained a message from Karen Reed herself to her supporters to please, no noise. If the verdict comes down, count after count, please, no audible response. And everyone listen to those instructions. We'll see how it plays out when this verdict comes down. But to me, that was the headline moment that just happened. The entrance of the O'Keefe family, silence and respect. The entrance of Karen Reed, silence.
Judge Cannone is on the bench.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
On the record, off the record, still on the record with the court reporter, but now we are back waiting.
Outside the ears of the courtroom and general public. Not wanting to do it in open court, she said. Don't want to do this part in open court. And we don't know what this part means, but that was quick. Let's go back in.
Can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not, certainly not the position for it. I agree, you can't ignore it to your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, They are to report those two counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something, the way the questions were, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question. Because if that question remains in their mind, we're going to end up in the exact position.
There are other steps, perhaps, then.
Whatever the steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Mr. Yannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
1 minute. How about 1 minute to 10 minutes late?
Thank you.
Wow. Holy mackerel.
Are we on deja vu right now? Is this Groundhog Day? Are we having the same trial over again?
Wow.
I see Vinnie Politan coming up. We got to check in and get your reaction to this, Vinnie. If not guilty on 2 charges, hung on 1, are we hung on the same thing? Why can't the judge answer that?
Because she's stupid.
I don't understand it. This is now insanity at this point. This is like we're back to ground zero. We were at the end of the last trial. All the controversy about the jury not understanding that they can return a verdict on a charge. They don't have to return a verdict on all 3. If they're hung on 1 and they've reached a verdict on 2, that is a verdict. To not answer the question, why don't you want the jury to know? It's hypothetical? Well, hypothetically, they don't know what they're doing. They don't understand. The instructions are not clear.
Going back to court.
Talking again.
Going back to court.
Objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer. For the reasons I stated, it's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that...
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
I don't know the court's finished writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I
Okay.
think this way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All right.
Go back live.
Wow. This is insane. The jury asks, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't reach a verdict on a 3rd charge, does it mean it's a complete mistrial?
Why
No.
are we using the term partial verdict? We just saw this play out on a national stage in the Harvey Weinstein trial.
Yeah.
The jurors actually returned a verdict. They found him guilty and not guilty on 2 charges, and they went back to deliberate more on a 3rd charge, which ultimately they were hung on. We've seen this play out, so I'm not understanding why that can't happen here.
Insanity. Let's get to Vinny. He's shaking his head. Help us, Vinny. What's going on?
I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss as to why is this so hard. This is not hard. The jury doesn't understand what a partial verdict is. That's what they're asking. They're asking, can we return a verdict on a single charge, or do we have to return a verdict on all 3 charges? That's what it is. The judge is saying it's hypothetical. That could be semantics. That could be just the way they're asking. Like, people speak differently. Like if we're guilty, if we're not guilty on 2 of these charges, and we're hung on the 3rd, it could be 6. Like, let the jury, we all know what the jury's problem is here. They don't know if they're on all 3 for it to be a verdict. It was the same thing with the first jury, if you believe the people who came forward and filled out answers to me on the air. I don't understand how we can be in the same exact place without providing, what were we talking about? Clarity. These are 12 people who have never tried a case. These are 12 people who maybe never picked up a law book. These are 12 people who, God forbid, never watched court TV. My goodness.
Who got through
Give
the
them
selection
some instructions.
process that had intense media coverage. So, of course, you would think that these people don't know the system.
And are people reacting in a way that, we just heard, oh, sorry about that. We do have to get to a break. I've got to ask you a question about whether people see these not guilty as actual not guilty. Let's get to a break. We will check in with Vinny after this. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's the retrial of the century, and we're live from Dedham with all the Verdict Watch updates. We're bringing you the latest insight as the jury deliberates Karen Reed's fate.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Corvée.
Of 4 University of Idaho students.
Idaho College Student Murders Trial live begins on Court TV.
This is exactly what happened in trial 1. Exactly what happened in trial 1. And I don't know why. Like, does she seriously want to do this all over again? At this point, I would be like, you know what? Screw it. Just let them go ahead and do what they're going to do and be done with it. I don't understand. Because she's got to know, okay, if she's doing this, just a hypothetical, if she's doing this to protect her friends because they might be implicated in this, just a hypothetical, she knows no one is ever going to go back and charge them with this. So why does she care now? It doesn't matter at this point if she gets acquitted or not. No one is going to go back and charge anybody else with this murder. It's over either way now. So just do it and get it over with. Peter said there was a guy, it was and they were talking about the Karen Reed trial. He did I think this may have been before the trial started or at the back of the very beginning. And it was because of the HBO documentary. He said everybody is watching this case now. I think it might have been back during jury selection because he was saying how hard it was going to be to find a jury because everybody was watching now. And these guys on this hockey podcast were talking about it, and they all said that they thought she did it, but not on purpose, but no one was going to be able to come to a decision. There was no way they were going to be able to get 12 people come to the same decision on this. And so they might as well just quit trying her because there's no way they're ever going to get 12 people to come to the same conclusion. And I think that's probably right. I don't think they're going to be able to get 12 people that doesn't know all of the ins and outs of the case like we do. It's plain to us because we know everything. I'm thinking, Terry. Open or shut depends on the cops. The investigating agency decides. My mother-in-law died when my husband was 5. And we don't know, actually, she's just missing. But we all believe that Travis's dad did it. And it is closed now because he died. They finally closed the case because they could never prove it. So he was never even charged with it. They never even had enough evidence. But I guess it stayed a cold case the whole time he was alive because they actually showed up at the hospital when he was dying. They just wanted like a deathbed confession. But now that he's dead, it's closed. So I guess it would depend. But what I've heard Peter and some other lawyers say is that you could never get a conviction of somebody else because then people would say, well, you tried somebody else and you couldn't convict them. So how do you know that this is the guy that did it? But anybody on a jury wouldn't know that someone else was tried for the same crime, though, right? I mean, that's what you ask them when you pick jurors, if they've ever heard of the case. So I don't know why that would be a thing. So I guess it would depend on the police agency that's investigating whether or not it would become a closed case. And I imagine in this case, even if she gets acquitted, they're going to mark it as a closed case. Because I don't think that they would put any effort into trying to find somebody else. Because they're not going to try. I mean, think about how corrupt all the cops are. They're not going to try to indict Chris Albert or Brian Higgins for it. I mean, that's why they picked Karen in the first place to be the scapegoat. So after the fact, who else can be a scapegoat for them? They'll probably just close the case. Yeah, that too. But you know, I'm sure they'll try. I don't think they're going to let this go. I think they'll try her again if there's another hung jury. When do they announce that? Will they announce it right after they announce it's a hung jury? I don't remember when they announced that last time. I know Jackson announced it on the steps of the courthouse right after the trial. We ain't got no quit. Just asking if such and such before a question doesn't make it a hypothetical. That meant that's what they're thinking about. So they don't think she did it on purpose, and they don't think she left the scene of a crime or scene of an accident. They're hung up on the second one again, just like they were last time. That's not a hypothetical. Wouldn't it be nice to go through life seeing it your own little way and just being oblivious of everybody else's opinions and views? And being allowed to just ignore everybody else's opinions and views and just said, okay, your objection's noticed, and then just go on and do whatever you want anyway. I wonder if she's like that in her home life too. I don't know though. That'd work out pretty good if you were a mom. Go take out the garbage. I took out the garbage yesterday. Objections noted. Go take out the garbage. Good Lord, what is her problem? Seriously. I really would like to watch another case of hers. Because I really want to see, like, I know she's biased, but I really want to see how biased she is. Like, if she's always like this. Because everybody always says that judges are biased towards the prosecution, even if they used to be defense attorneys. I bet she was a good defense attorney, though. Yeah, the second charge is the OUI charge. It's manslaughter. One of them's is it involuntary manslaughter? Is it manslaughter and then lesser included involuntary manslaughter? Or is it just involuntary manslaughter? I read the defense's proposed jury form. So I've not read, I mean, she's read it to us. I don't remember things as well if they're read to me. Like, you know, some people love audiobooks and like they'll do all kinds of stuff while they're listening to an audiobook. I can't do that. I got to read it to myself. If I do listen to an audiobook, the only way I'll listen to an audiobook is if it's one of like the dramatic ones where you have different people reading different parts with music and stuff in the background, but I have to actually be looking at the book while I listen to that because my mind will wander and I will have no idea what I just listened to and I'll have to rewind it. Can't do it. I am a visual. I don't know if it's just learner. I'm a visual everything. Like if I couldn't see, Lord help me. I wouldn't remember anything. That's why, like if I go to a church or a lecture or anything like that, I have to write it down. And I don't necessarily go back and read my notes. I just, in order to focus on what I'm listening to, I have to write it down in order to be paying attention, or my mind just goes off somewhere and I'm like, I don't remember any of it. I didn't, I haven't listened to the audiobooks for Harry Potter. I did read, they redid the ebooks, and I've only seen the first one, but it actually comes to life and does stuff, like the pictures move and everything. It's really cool. I don't know how many of them they've redone like that, though. I don't think they've done the whole set. Or if they have, I couldn't afford them. Because I think the first one I got, because I have Kindle Unlimited. It used to be $10 a month. I noticed when I got my bill, this past bill, that it's $12 a month now. It's probably been that, and I've been telling everybody 10 because that's what it was when I started. But it's unlimited. Well, there's a certain books are Kindle Unlimited. It's not every book that they have. But I don't hardly ever buy a book anymore because I just get the Kindle Unlimited books. There's quite a bit. And they have all of the Harry Potter books. They have all of the, I want to say Girl on Fire. That's not it. Hunger Games. They have all the Hunger Game books. They have some Stephen King books, but mostly it's lesser known authors, like self-published authors. And a lot of them are really, really good. But the new Harry Potter ones where the pictures move and stuff, I think that's why I've only read the first one, because that was on Kindle Unlimited. Yeah, but the very, very last lesser included for 2 is just the OUI. It doesn't say anything about hitting him. It's just the OUI. And I don't know why they added that, because I don't think that was in there last time. I don't know who did. Oh, I forgot the guy's name. I don't know who did the American version of the Harry Potter audiobooks. He might have done the American ones. Let me look it up before I say something that's wrong. Oh no. In theme parks indefinitely amid rising investigation. What the heck is happening at Disney? Oh, okay. That's stupid. It's people that play Disney characters going on their social media accounts and in their costume or whatever, or out of costume and saying who they are at the parks or what. It's stupid. That is ridiculous. No, but I heard one girl got fired. I can't remember what park it was for going on her social media. I don't think she was in costume, but I think she was out of costume and said who she was at the park. This is not funny, StreamYard, and if you do this and we have a verdict, I'm going to be very angry. Okay. Stephen Fry, that's his name. I couldn't remember his name. Stephen Fry, he narrated the British versions. I love him. He's hilarious. There's a British comedy show called Fry and Laurie that he was on with Hugh Laurie, and he in Bones, he played Booth's psychiatrist. If you guys remember Bones, Bones was afraid of clowns, and he shot that one. It was like an ice cream truck or something that had a clown head on it, and he shot the clown on the truck. It was a truck. That the front of the truck was this giant clown head, and he shot it. It wasn't a person, it was a truck. And then the FBI made him go to counseling, and Stephen Fry played his counselor. And he's hilarious, but he does the voices for the British audiobook version of the Harry Potter one. So that is why. Hi! So that is why if I do get the audiobooks, I want to get the ones that Stephen Fry narrates. Are we waiting for the jury to come back so she can give this horrible instruction? Is that what we're waiting on? Welcome. I'm afraid I'm going to say your name wrong. Teresia? Welcome. We are just waiting for the jury to come back and get this horrible, horrible instruction on this question that they had. Because we were hoping we would get a verdict today, but we are afraid it might end up being a hung jury just like last time. Because apparently they have the same problem this time that they had last time. Yeah, Kindle Unlimited is great because as much as I read, remember I told you guys I started walking like a half hour or so every other day? Well, it started that way, but then now it's rainy season in Florida, so it rains every afternoon. So I haven't been. I started dancing again though, but anyway. So the first day I went walking, I took my phone with me, so I was reading. Because I read constantly. I'm always reading something. Like any break in real life I have a book in my hand. And it drives Travis crazy. And I don't know why it bothers him. He doesn't read. He's not a reader. He doesn't like to read. He has very poor reading comprehension. So, he hates it. And he doesn't understand why people like it. And he's like, put the book down, Debbie. Put it down. Like, why does it bother you that I like to read? So, on StreamYard. So I guess the dirt on our dirt roads, I don't know what happened. I don't know if we had a storm and it washed. No, I'm sorry for you, Judy. So, I don't know if it had washed out some of the road from a rain, or it's farmland out here. There's a dairy out here. I don't know if a tractor had scooped a big hole in the road or what. I don't know, but I didn't see it. So I'm reading my book. I have my earbuds in. I'm listening to music. I'm walking along. There's like a big ditch. I didn't even see it. I felt it when I walked in it. I stumbled a little bit and I just kind of walked to the other side of the road and kept going. And then I got home. Travis got home and I said, guess what I did today? I went for a walk because, I don't move very much because of all of the chronic pain and everything. I was like, I went for a walk today. He goes, did you see the hole in the road? And I was like, what hole in the road? I said, I didn't go that way. I went that way. He goes, well, you had to go out that way to get either that way or that way. And I said, yeah. What hole? I didn't see a hole. I felt something and I almost fell, but then I just went to the other side of the road. He goes, you didn't see that big hole? I said, no, I was reading a book. He goes, put the book down. I said, I was fine when I felt it. I just moved to the other side of the road and I was fine. He's like, you could have fallen down. I would have never known anything was wrong. And I was like, you would have found me on the road when you came home. I was fine. And I had my phone with me. If I'd fallen, I could have called you. I had my phone right there. I made sure the phone was charged. Had the earbuds in. I could have even just said, call Travis, and it would have been fine. The phone could have even been fallen out of my hand and been across the thing, and I could have just said, call Travis. Everything would have been fine. He worries about me. My cousin that just had back surgery is doing great. Thank you all for your prayers. Why is this taking so long? Are they not bringing them back? She's not going back to the jury room to tell them she can't tell them anything. So my cousin is getting a scooter. Even though her back has been fixed, she still gets a scooter out of this deal. I'm jealous. I want one. Like, that's not fair. They fixed your back and you still get a scooter. I want a scooter that my insurance will pay for. Second-degree murder, vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death. Okay, so those are the 3 charges. Everything else is lesser included. So, They don't find her guilty on second-degree murder, and they don't find her guilty on leaving the scene of an accident or leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death. So that's just like last time. So, vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated. But the way I already took it down. But the defense amended one said, if you vote not guilty on this, it said if you vote guilty on this, stop. But if you vote not guilty, to keep going. Which means that they can find, and just OUI by itself without a collision is the very last lesser included. He wasn't hit by a car. 3 of them don't make sense. Second degree murder. Wait, is it just second degree murder? No hit by a car at all. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
In South Carolina, you're not going to miss a moment of the Karen Reed murder retrial. Stay with us.
Trial again for the murder of his wife.
This is just not an easy case.
Colucci's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury.
We may never know what happened that night.
The Garden Hose murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's the retrial of the century, and we're live from Dedham with all the Verdict Watch updates. We're bringing you the latest insight as the jury deliberates.
Closing argument.
Well, what are... But the way the proposed jury form by the defense, the way that looks is that the lesser includeds can be done by themselves. Like a choose your own adventure book. Like if you don't say guilty on this, keep going to the next one. If you don't find guilty on that, go to the next one. And if you don't find guilty on that, go to the next one. I thought if you found them not guilty of the second one, that the lesser includeds were not guilty as well. But that's not what it looks like on the defense proposed one that you sent me. So that's kind of what they were asking. Can they just find her guilty of OUI and nothing else? So that's why, so she said she can't answer that because it's a hypothetical. No, it's not a hypothetical. That's what they want to do. And she wants them to pick manslaughter, but they don't want to pick manslaughter. They just want to pick OUI. That's what I understood it to be, but I could be understanding it wrong. I'm just confused right now. I just wish they'd quit showing the fan, because I don't know if we should keep watching if something else is going to happen or what. I thought she was going to bring them back in and tell them what her decision was about that question. But I don't know what's happening right now. And I don't want to miss it. Man, but we were right in the middle of Christopher Dontell's testimony, too. Which I do really want to hear. Sorry for his wife. And then they asked her, if they were still married, if she left him or whatever, and she's like, no, I haven't been able to talk privately to him for 4 years. You can file for divorce without talking to somebody. They can deliver those divorce papers in jail.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Before we head back up to our roll-in coverage of the Karen Reed case, breaking news out of South Carolina. A judge has just dismissed the indictment against Michael Colucci without prejudice in a case that we were set for closing our opening statements to start this afternoon.
Yeah, Michael Colucci, he was accused of strangling his wife, Sarah, outside of the family jewelry store back in 2015. He had a first trial in 2018 that ended in a hung jury, and now this one is over as well.
Yeah, let's listen to the judge dismissing this indictment moments ago.
Won't be watching that one, y'all.
The beginning of a new trial is exactly where we find ourselves today. The state argues with some authority and precedent that basically this court should treat it as the equivalent of no harm, no foul, and that now that this information is known, it can be presented to the jury, who can evaluate it and give it whatever weight it determines it deserves in arriving at a verdict. Indeed, this court believes that it is a choice among several that would no doubt be upheld on appeal if this trial were to go forward and the defendant was convicted. However, this court believes that our courts should demand better from the state, and to simply allow this trial to go forward with so many witnesses, such as pathologists, having been denied the opportunity to have this critical knowledge available to them when that material was fresh, amounts to a foul with a harm. Therefore, this court is quashing this indictment without prejudice and ordering that if the state wants to retry the defendant, it is to do so only after the case has been resubmitted to a grand jury, who shall have the benefit of the full measure of evidence this matter deserves. This court recognizes this is an unusual remedy. However, this is an unusual case. This court urges the Attorney General to present a fuller case to the grand jury than is usually done in state court in South Carolina. The goal is to do justice, and this case deserves a fresh restart in order that the citizens of South Carolina can have full confidence in whatever the jury's verdict may be. It is so ordered. All right?
Thank you, Judge. We are grabbing an exhibit to supplement into the court record of a text message that was shared on May the 12th, which would have been, I believe, the same day that they're alleging this happened, where the victim said to Michael, I'm telling you that I love you. I'm shooting myself in the woods. That is a specific example of her saying that she's going to kill herself, which was one of the reasons why you stated that, Judge. So we just want to supplement that into the record, since that was turned over in 2016 to them as well. So we're adding that as a court's exhibit.
All right, there you have it. The Garden Hose murder retrial is no more. The judge dismissing it without prejudice. So that means that there is the opportunity for these prosecutors to try another retrial.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, given it's been 6 years to get to this point. It's another case. Let's go back to Karen Reed. We are waiting anything. We're waiting for any word from that jury in the Karen Reed case. It's 13 hours, 54 minutes, almost 14 hours of deliberation, and it's been quite a day. If you're just joining us, there have been several questions from this jury, and the last question of 4, at least the last one we have heard about, was basically, hey, Judge, if we find her not guilty on the top 2 charges and can't figure out the third, is this a complete hung jury? What should we do? The response, sorry, can't answer. That's a theoretical question. Our lead anchor, Vinny Politan, among the folks outside the courthouse. And Vinny, as every second ticks away, the anticipation grows.
It absolutely does. And I want to give you, Ted and Julia, an idea here of what's happening at the courthouse. So we started here at the top of the street, which I call the gauntlet. We're going to walk through it so you can see the number of people and how far it stretches. You've been getting sort of a snapshot. I want to give you the full picture as we walk and talk here. As we make our way down the street, you can see folks lined up on the left. These are the folks who get the shade of the tree, and in case it rains, they're protected. These folks, VIP in the benches that they have. You'll notice the similar colors. Almost everyone is wearing some shade of pink. And now we get to the part you start to see more and more American flags that were being handed out. This is sort of the epicenter across the street from the courthouse steps. Folks have been gathering here. Law enforcement's done an amazing job in communicating with everyone what expectations are if and when a verdict comes down. But you can see I'm moving a little more slowly now because there's many more people gathered here. This is an area, again, you can't chant, you can't show your signs, but you can see the density of the crowd in this area, which is just across the street. These are the steps that we've been broadcasting from. My show, Matt Johnson. We come down here. This is the grassy knoll that I've been talking about, the area under the tree. It goes back 3. You got to be here early to get these seats, but folks have gotten them. Here we go. You've got more folks up here going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep in this area. Best dressed always. Good, good. And we move down the street. We're still in the buffer zone. So we're still inside the buffer zone. We've just cleared, if you look, we just cleared the courthouse, right? So now we're getting to the area close to where you can see Matt Johnson is over there. If you look in the distance, you can see Matt. Matt's getting ready. He's across from the folks who get the closest to Karen Reed and her team. We've got more folks here. Again, still buffer zone, Great area over here, lots of lawn chairs. People have a seat. People getting to know each other. A lot of them know each other already through this and other reasons. Now, as we cross the street, it starts to thin out a little bit, but it's not quite over because I'm going to show you the end of the buffer zone as we keep walking down. Now, during the trial, there were many more people down in this area because this is where you could wear your shirts and people were watching live streams of the trial. But you have people lined up down here as well. And the further we go, the closer we get to really what was the epicenter of the supporters during the trial. As we move down here, it's a little more comfortable, less crowded, but you're still not far from the courthouse. If you turn around from here, you can see where we are in reference to the courthouse. It's still not far, and you cross the street right here if you want to get into the part that greets the defense team and Karen Reed when they show up in the SUVs. And obviously, folks who are sitting here will be able to see those SUVs arrive. And when there's a verdict, that's going to be one of the indications when the defense team or John O'Keefe's family enters the courtroom once again. Down here, folks got some coolers. Looks like you might have a rubber duck or a chickie or something going on over here. Not quite sure what that turtle or frog means. Turtle, there you go. And then down here, this is really the heart of, during the trial, day in and day out, the folks in this area who are allowed. Because right here, this is the sign. We are now exiting the buffer zone. Okay, so this is the, I guess, the non-buffer zone or the buffer-free zone. And here folks can do whatever they want to express themselves with their shirts and signs and making noise. It's the entire gauntlet. Back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you, Vinny, because that does put it in perspective. In perspective, how
Just how big it is,
Yeah.
the area to the buffer zone. We'll be checking in with you. I feel like a verdict is coming right around the corner. Let's bring in another Court TV anchor we have in studio with us. Judge Ashley Wilcott is with us.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the other trial. But I got the other one in the background. I'm still watching. So
What type of car did you typically drive?
A silver Ford Explorer.
Was that a county car?
Yes.
What type of car did the defendant typically drive?
Typically I believe it was silver, Honda Odyssey minivan.
I'm approaching you with admitted exhibits 136 and 138. So let's start with 136. Do you recognize both the car and the driver in that photo?
Yes, that's the defendant driving her work van.
And what's the date and time stamp on that?
October 2nd, 6:16 p.m.
Okay, now look at 138. Do you recognize that car?
Yeah, that appears to be me entering the gate at October 2nd at 6:20 p.m. Okay.
And you said entering. Is that you entering the community or?
Yeah, I believe we're both entering in that picture. I'm not sure about that.
And if you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know.
Okay. Shortly after this time, did you two go to, and I'm just calling it Preserve because it's too long, the Preserve on International Drive?
We did, yes.
What was the purpose of going there?
Shooting.
Had you done that before?
Yes, many times.
Did you, when you were shooting, who was it? You, was it her? Was it a combination?
If I might backtrack a little bit, prior to all of this, I would say total throughout the duration of time that from the time I met the defendant until all of this transpired, we probably went shooting 12 to 15 times. Sometimes it was at the Heritage Preserve, sometimes it was in the woods off of Water Tower Road. I know she shot more frequently than I did, but she often asked me to go with her, and sometimes I did. Sometimes I went and didn't shoot, and she shot. Sometimes I did shoot.
So, speaking directly to the night of October 2nd, who shot that night?
The defendant.
Do you know what kind of gun she used?
I don't know the kind of gun. I know it was a small black gun. The brand.
You can speak, and if you can't, that's fine. You're in the Preserve that night.
Not long. So I had worked all day that day. I went on call for the coroner's office at 8 o'clock that morning. I got my first call pretty much right away, and I stayed busy all day. I hadn't eaten much, and I wanted to go to get some dinner. That was my priority. So when we shot, we weren't there more than 10 to 15 minutes. I remember it being muddy, and all I could think about was eating. So we didn't stay long.
So did you guys in fact go to eat after that?
We did, yes.
Where did you go?
Abuelos.
How long were you at Abuelos for? You can estimate your amount if you don't know.
I would only be estimating an hour maybe.
What did you do after Abuelos?
So, well, while we were at Abuelos, my family who worked at a restaurant, it was last weekend working there, and I mentioned to the defendant we should have gone there in Socastee. So we decided that when we left Abuelos, we would stop by there to see her on her last shift. So we left Abuelos and headed for the restaurant in Socastee. When we got there, there was a line out the door, there was nowhere to park, so we ended up not even going there. So we continued on down the road to another friend of ours' residence. He lives on a houseboat in the Osprey Marina. So we headed toward the Osprey Marina.
Did you end up going to that friend's house?
We did not. So backtracking again, I'm sorry. The defendant was acting unusual all day that day. Starting early in the day, she was unavailable for my death calls, which was very unusual because normally when I'm on call, she's right behind me. She'll follow me around the counter. So it was unusual that she wasn't available part of the day. And then she was very quiet. Even at Abuelos, she was reserved and something was off. So then while we're driving, when we got to the Osprey Marina, I was turning in, and she said, just keep driving. I don't want to see Charles, who's our friend. I don't feel like dealing with people. Just keep driving.
So what did you guys do?
So we continued driving. I remember we drove down Enterprise Road to Bay Road and looped back around to 707.
Was anything going on between the two of you during that ride?
Not that I recall in particular, but we, at some point I remember I realized that I didn't have any of my supplies that I needed for work. I had a little blue bag that I carried with me that had all the paperwork I needed. It had my gloves, it had Explorer airplay loads. So we went, at some point we went back to get the bag out of my Explorer in case I got a death call, so I would be able to do what I needed to do.
Can I infer then that you and the defendant were driving in her van when you...
We were, yeah, we left my Explorer at Willows, and I was driving her van.
What happened after you went back to Whalers to pick up your bag?
She said that she needed to stop by at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home because she had left her glasses there earlier that day.
Was this after typical business at a funeral home?
It was dark, so it had to have been 9 o'clock or so.
Had been into the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home? If it's after hours?
With the key.
Who had a key?
The defendant definitely had one. I may have also had one. I had keys to some funeral homes, but not others. So we had at least one key with us, maybe two.
Okay. So the defendant said she has to get glasses. Did you in fact go to the funeral home?
We did.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So we went to the funeral home, and I assumed she was looking for her glasses. She went to the left. We walked in the back door of the building. She walked to the left, which is back toward where the embalming room is. I went straight up the hall toward the office. At some point, I heard her speaking, presumably on the phone. And then I heard the conversation end. She came to the office. When she got to the office, she had her cell phone out. And I was talking to her, and she wasn't looking up at me. Whatever was on her phone, she was very, had her attention. And she said, I have to go see Greg. She did not. She said she would just be a few minutes. So I drove her van. We drove toward Greg's apartment complex, which is off of Arrowhead Road.
Let me stop you there for a second. Did you know where Greg lived before this?
I knew where his apartment complex was. I had been there on death calls before, so I knew roughly, I forget what it was called now, but I knew how to get to the general area.
Did you ever require directions to get there?
No.
What? So I'm sorry, now continue. You headed in the direction of...
We headed in the direction. She called Greg while we were driving, and I guess he had indicated to her that he was outside. She told me that she makes him meet her outside because she's uncomfortable going to his apartment, so he meets her outside of the apartment complex. So we were driving down Arrowhead Road, and I saw Greg on the left side of the road walking towards us, just outside of the apartment complex. And I said, "Is that him?" She said, "Yeah." So as we approached him, I started to slow down, and she said, "Make a U-turn." So I kind of passed him, made a U-turn. And as I pulled up alongside him, she said, because he stopped walking, and he kind of turned to face our van. And I was stopping right next to him, and she said, "Pull up, don't be awkward." So I said, "Pull up." She said, "Yeah, pull up." So I pulled up so that we had passed him.
What happened next?
She opened the door and shot him.
How many shots did you hear?
A lot.
What did you do?
I froze.
Did the defendant say anything to you at that point?
Yeah. She said, "What are you doing? Help me," cursing at me, "Help me."
So what did you do?
I got out of the van and walked toward the back of the van. Greg was laying right at the back of the van on the side of the road.
What did you do?
She said, "Put him in the back of the van." So I opened the back of the van and we started treating him just as we would treat any other body. And I grabbed the sheet, wrapped it up like a rope, put it underneath his torso to help with leverage. And then in her van, she had what we call I don't remember what we called it, like a sliding board. It was a black plastic backboard, and it was flexible so you could put it in like an easel. And using the sheet as leverage, we both picked Greg up and put him on the sliding board and put him into the back of the van.
What did you do next?
I reached in and started buckling him. So on the mortuary stretchers that we put him on, there's 2 seat belts, and you click them, screaming and cussing at me, and said, you know, "What are you doing? We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here." And I shut the back door. Greg was just kind of haphazardly on the stretcher. He wasn't buckled on. He wasn't covered. We got in the van and I hightailed it out of there.
How long would you say you were in the Arrowhead community?
Not long. I mean, it happened fast. By the time when I pulled up in front of him,
Had the 2 of you moved bodies before together? You just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
As part of your jobs, was that a fairly frequent occurrence?
Yes, every day.
So you said that you hightailed it out of the Arrowhead community. Where did you go?
We went back to the funeral home.
What happened when you got there?
Well, first of all, on the way there, I asked her, "What just happened? Why did you do that?" And just like this, it was like a minor inconvenience.
Back to the funeral home.
So at the funeral home, when you bring a body in, they have a garage and they have coolers in the garage, and the coolers have one door that you open, and there's either 3 or 4 shelves inside the door. And wheeled Greg in on a stretcher. I made a cremation container, which is pretty much a glorified cardboard box. And you use little zip ties to tie it up and make it rigid. And I made one just like we would make for anybody else. And I put it into the cooler and pushed the stretcher up to it and started to push Greg in. And the whole time over again, "Are you stupid?"
Did you have any concerns about leaving the victim in a cooler and leaving no funeral home?
I'm sorry, but that is a time when you say, "No. No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna call the cops." What the hell? I'm sorry, but no. I mean, yeah, she's got a gun, but well, okay. Maybe not. What would I mean, come on. Are you I mean, dang. That's an impossible position to be in. If he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth, I'm pissed at Verdict Watch right now. I mean, Court TV. I'm pissed. I'm so mad at Court TV. Because this trial is over, y'all, and the verdict is in. And I feel like we're doing this for nothing now. But I wanted to jump right back into a trial because I get depressed when we finish a trial. It's like we get all into a trial and all invested in it, and it becomes like our sole focus for however many weeks or months or whatever. And then there's nothing. It's all over. And there's nothing else to do. Until we find the next trial a couple days later or whenever. A week later or whatever. And I was just trying to stave off the depression this time. And I was like, ooh, this one's good. And it is good, but it's too short because it's already over. I was like, oh, we'll be able to get caught right up. And then we'll be caught up with the live. Nope. That didn't work. Dang stupid laptop. I'm trying to check on Verdict Watch. They're still deliberating. And they just went to a break, so there's no clock for me to look at.
So sometimes the coroner's office will use funeral homes as extra storage, like if we're out of room at the morgue in Conway, or if it's, for whatever reason, we might need to leave a body in a funeral home. And typically we put a note on the shelf that the body's on that just says hold for coroner, and that's what I did. I put a note on it that said hold for coroner.
In the chat on Court TV, it says, per news sources, per Karen, the fourth question came in before they answered the other three, not after. What? $14 hours and 16 minutes so far. Well, somebody else is pissed because they're putting breaking news related to another case. Oh, congrats, Wiggles.
Would that have been unusual? I know, hold for coroner?
No, that was a regular thing.
During this time that you're taking Greg out of the van and loading him into the cooler, were you able to see him? Was there a lot of blood?
So the night that we put him in?
Yes, the night he was killed.
I did not look. I had draped a sheet across him when we brought him in from the van, and I just pushed him in like he was. Now, the next night, I saw him.
Okay,
and
I'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
So after you put Greg in the cooler, what did you guys do?
Got out of there fast and went back to her house.
Did you go back to...
I'm sorry. Yeah. On the way back to her house, we had to get my Explorer from Abuelo's. So we stopped to get my Explorer before we went back to her house. On the way to get the Explorer, she told me that if I we have to be in this together.
Okay, see, now I changed my mind. Right there. Put him in the cooler. Fine. Now is when you take her back to her house. Now you go to the police and you say, look, My girlfriend just shot her ex-boyfriend right in front of me. She says she's gonna kill me if I tell anybody. I need you to protect me. I can take you right to his body. That's now. He's out. He's out. Now. Now, that's how you do it. You don't help her. And you don't wrap him up in a tarp. And you don't do all that crap. Now. Now he's clean and out of it. See, I knew there was a way to get out of this. You don't help someone do that.
She told me that I have to stay with her that night. I better not leave her. And then we went, got my Explorer. We went to Lowe's food store, International Drive. And I can't remember which vehicle we left there. We left one of the vehicles in the parking lot at the Lowe's food store. Correct, yes.
Where did you go after that?
We went to Meagan's house.
Okay. So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home that night?
We did.
Why?
So I got to backtrack and tell you the background. When we got back to her house, her daughter, Savannah, was watching TV in the living room.
Oh, they're all gonna cry now. Oh my God.
I just remember thinking how normal it looked in the house. And I had to pretend that this hadn't just happened. Sorry. Meagan went straight to the shower, and I sat on the couch with Savannah. I'm sorry, Savannah.
Okay, you just have to answer my questions.
I sat on the couch with her, and I tried to make small talk, like I hadn't just watched her mother kill her father. I'm sorry, what was the question?
You said you would return to the funeral home at some point that night. So you got back to Meagan's house, she's upstairs taking a shower, you're on the couch with Savannah, what happened next?
Okay, so there's an app that we use for the coroner's office called Iris.
Is that IRS?
I believe it's IRIS.
So there's an app, what?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So the Iris app, it tells you what's going on in the county. Only fire rescue do it. And I remember seeing on that app that there was a pen on the south end of town that said it was a cardiac arrest. The call came in as a cardiac arrest. I believe it was a man that was found down in his driveway. And I told him, then after I was about that call, I said, it looks like there's going to be a death call, and I can't not go on it. I can't act like something is out of the ordinary. And she said that she wanted to go back to the funeral home anyway because she forgot to get Greg's belongings off of his body.
Did she ever say why she wanted to get his belongings?
I don't know that she specifically said why.
Okay. Did you then go back to the funeral home?
We did.
What happened when you got there?
When we got there, I parked out back. I did not go in at first. It's very late at night at this point. It's got to be probably after midnight. And I parked out back. I stayed in the car. The defendant went into the building. And right after she went in the building, two older people, an older couple, walked around from the side of the building around back. And I had never seen them before. And they were walking toward the door of the building. And I thought it was unusual that they were going into the back door of a funeral home at night. I rolled out the window, I said, "Can I help you?" And I'm noticing everything in the world just wasn't adding up to me. So I got out of the Explorer and went into the funeral home. I walked back to the left, and because I saw the light was on in the embalming room, and they were in there. The older couple was in there, and they told me that they were trade embalmers and that they were there to embalm the body. I still thought it was odd that I had never seen them before, but there was a deceased woman on the table, and they appeared to be embalmers. So I made small talk with them for a minute, and I left. I walked back out to the main hallway to go back outside. At that point, the defendant was walking down the hallway like she had come from the front of the building.
How long would you say the defendant was in the funeral home before the trade embalmers went in?
Not long at all. Maybe less than a minute, probably.
When she came walking up, did you ever see what she had taken from Greg's body?
Yeah, I saw and effects. Next morning, I'm still on call. She went on, I believe, the first death call I had. She actually did the transport for it. She had to make things seem normal for the kids, and she was supposed to take them to Greg's apartment that morning.
So what did she do with the belongings?
So, I'm sorry. She told, I wasn't there, but she told me that she hid his keys and his wallet in a cushion on his front porch and then let the kids find them for some reason. So she hid the belongings that she took off his body on his outdoor furniture, let the kids find them. She also told me that while she was there, she went back out to the road in front of the complex and picked.
I don't know. Those questions sounded like they were on the verge. I think those questions sound like they were on the verge of making a decision. But unless it was just a couple of holdouts that wanted to ask those questions, then maybe not. If it was like all of them, if that was like a group thought, what do we do about this? Close to a decision. But if it was just a couple people that were like hung up on the fact that she was driving drunk, they were all driving drunk that night. I think they need to just let it go at this point. It's not good to drink. I'm not condoning it. It's not good to drink and drive. But after all she's been through and how long ago it was and all that, just let it go. Just get over it. I don't think she's ever going to do it again. I really don't. I wonder if she even drinks anymore, because in that part of her bond condition, and that was how long ago? It's been years since she's even had a drink, if that's the case.
And this was in broad daylight.
So this is now October 3rd?
Yeah, the morning of the 3rd.
Okay. Did you and the defendant have any conversations about what to do with Greg's body?
Yeah, so I believe what happened that morning after she took the kids to Greg's apartment was she went to her boss's house and dropped them off there because Greg wasn't.
That's the standard. He knows he doesn't.
Okay, the defendant told me that she dropped the kids off with her boss, Chuck Benjamin, at which point she became available for death calls because she didn't have kids anymore. I had a death call
She dropped her kids off with her boss?
on Treetop Court off of Bay Road, and the defendant came and did that transport for me. So I went inside and I talked with the next of kin of the deceased. The defendant came in, we did our normal job, preparing the body for transport, got the body on the stretcher together, at which point the defendant took the stretcher to her van, and I went to my floor to do the paperwork that goes along with the body to the funeral home. While I was doing the paperwork, the defendant got in the passenger seat of my Explorer. And she told me that I have to get rid of the body.
What did you say?
I said no. I told her that she should ask Jim to cremate the body. Jim was the owner of the funeral home. I told her she should ask Chuck to help her, that I was already way more involved than I wanted to be. And she told me, this isn't about Jim, this isn't about Chuck, this is about you, and I saved your life. This is the least you could do for me.
So did you agree to dispose of Greg's body?
Not at first. It was an ongoing debate all day. With me refusing to do it, and then her telling me that if that body gets found at the funeral home, she's going to kill me. And I'll tell you, I had known Meagan for a while at that point, and she talked like that all the time. She talked like, I'm going to kill this person or that person. I want to kill my kids. I want to gouge so-and-so's eyes out.
It's not responding to the question.
Keep going.
I'm going to gouge so-and-so's eyes out. But prior to all this happening, I never took that seriously. But on the night of the 2nd, that changed. And when I heard her say, do this or do that, or I'm going to kill you. I just watched her kill the father of her kids, and I'm going to take it serious.
So did you, in fact, dispose of Greg's body?
I did. So I went to Lowe's, and I honestly, at the time, had no idea what I was going to do with the body, or if I was even going to do what she wanted me to do. I didn't want to do it, and when I was there shopping at Lowe's, I didn't know where I was taking him. I didn't know if I was going to go to the water or to the woods or somewhere else. And I just started buying things that I thought might be useful. And it makes me sick to even tell this story. I'm sorry.
Well, at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Yes. So, and if I can fill in a little bit, about the items at Lowe's, we had a death call in Aner. The defense was available. While we were on the call, he told me I missed her. And that particular body was going to be stored at the coroner's office at the morgue there. So we left the house where the person died in the coroner's office. And the defendant got out of her van and walked straight into the bathroom of the coroner's office and was in there for, I estimate, 20 to 30 minutes. Eventually she came out of the bathroom and she told me, again, just so nonchalantly, and
oh my God.
She told me that I better get rid of that body tonight. Me and Greg.
So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Myself.
I think this woman played this man like a fiddle. I swear. I think she was like, coroner. I think she was like, I know nobody is interested in this trial today. I'm sorry. I know everybody's worried about Karen. I'm worried about Karen too. I'm trying to distract myself. But I swear, Juneteenth. Agreed. Agreed. Absolutely. She's more than paid for no UI. Juneteenth. Thank you, Barack Obama. Juneteenth. What was I saying? Oh, she wouldn't. I am putting some blame on the man, but she wouldn't leave him alone until he was with her. And yes, I am putting some blame on him because he could have continued to say no. But she did keep on and keep on and keep on until he did. And then she claimed to be pregnant. Then they were having dinner. And then he wanted to go somewhere else. And then she's like, no, keep driving. And apparently had lured her ex-boyfriend to be walking down the road and then had her current best friend's birthday. That's great. And then lures her boyfriend to where her ex-boyfriend's going to be walking and then just gets out and shoots him. And then it's like, okay, deal with this. And then the next day has this magical miscarriage. And, oh, if you don't deal with him, I'm going to kill you too. Seriously? Oh my God.
She had told me to get him out of the county. So I went to the funeral home and I took my Explorer and I put him in my Explorer.
What did you transport him in?
It was either out of the van or it was out of the funeral home itself, but they had these foldable fold-up stretchers. I took him out of the cooler, I put him on that.
Was there anything covering the stretcher before you put Greg's body on top?
There was. I unfolded the tarp that I purchased and put it on the
What did you
stretcher. I pulled Greg out using the sheets that were still around him from the previous night. And at this point I looked at him because it all seemed so real, so surreal. I just had to see his face. And believe it was him.
Well, let me stop you there for a second. Obviously, were you able?
He's a coroner. I think he knows when.
When you put him on the stretcher that the tarp is covering.
And at this point, I still didn't know where I was going.
StreamYard, stop.
Take him out 501. I knew that the Pee Dee River was out on the county line. And I just didn't want to be doing this. And all I could think about was how can I get out of this? I felt like there was no good decision I could make. Fuck all these kids. I looked at the map on my phone at the river at the county line and I decided to head up 378. So I drove out. There wasn't much traffic, but as I got close to the county line, there was a car that had flown up behind me, and I pulled into a little convenience store about a mile or so before the county line, and I let that car pass. And then I continued out toward the river. When I got there, I actually drove across the bridge, and after you cross the bridge into Marion County, there's a sharp bend that leads to the right in the road. After that bend, you can see ahead for a long ways. And I made sure that there was no oncoming cars so that nobody was going to pull up on me while I was doing what I was doing. And once I knew there were no cars coming, I did a U-turn. And I popped the back gate of the Explorer. And it took about 10 seconds to put them in the water.
What did you do after that?
Went back to the defendant's house.
Was there any conversation at that point about getting rid of, had you done that?
I came in, and she smiled at me and said, "Did you do what you needed to do? What you needed to do?" I said, "Yes." And she said, "Good boy."
Oh my God.
Let me just back up on something. Do you know what happened to the gun the defendant used? Did she ever tell you what she did?
She told me that she put it in the intercoastal waterway off of International Drive, along with shell casings and I believe some of his other personal effects.
Okay. At some point, did the two of you kind of strategize about what to tell the police if they ever questioned you?
Yeah. So I got a call from Greg Lent with Horry County Police asking me to come in to talk about Greg Rice's disappearance. At this point, he hadn't been found. So I told the defendant that I got that call, at which point she started drumming up this whole story about what we were going to tell him. And that's what we went with. It was not true at all.
Is that the story you repeated to the police
Yes.
time and time again before your arrest?
Yes, I felt like I had no choice.
At some point, did you decide to tell the truth about what happened?
I did.
And what spurred that decision? What made you decide to tell the truth?
Well, the first conversation I had with my lawyer, I told her what I was guilty of, and I said, I will plead to that now and I'll tell the whole truth. But I want my family to be protected. Because as soon as it came out that I was talking and actually telling the truth and not the story, I didn't know what she would do. She would hurt my family. So, back in December, my lawyer arranged for, I guess they came to an agreement with the county that they would put some type of GPS radius. My understanding of it was that if the defendant, who was on home detention at the time on an ankle monitor, were to enter into these areas anywhere near my family, the police would be dispatched immediately. That was the point where I was somewhat comfortable telling the truth.
So did you meet with Ms. Waller and investigators at J. Reuben Law?
Yes.
At the beginning of that meeting, did you tell the entire truth?
Hang on. Sorry.
sort of a shift in the winds here. It's getting a little darker, a little cooler. I feel like the rain may be coming down, could be symbolic that we're getting a certain verdict, right? Just reading into the mood here, knowing each
Defense in the long run, because if they come back and push for that OUI, then that's it. They can't come back with that manslaughter.
I think that's true. But Vinny, let me push it backwards a little bit, because to me the potential legal issue is the jury instructions and or, again, the form, which is called a verdict slip in the state of Massachusetts. We have a copy of that. So I think that arguably maybe there should have been more. It should have been made clear there. Is that a potential legal argument? Because I am astounded and would love for you to weigh in on the fact that we're back here again this trial, because this is not, I think, where anyone thought this would end up.
Yeah, I think all of us have looked at this, and I've got mine here. Obviously, it's been amended since today, but it's a little confusing. It's a little messy. It's not 100% clear, but if you read the actual words of it, as a lawyer, it makes sense, right? But you really got to read it again. But we're in such a different place than 12 citizens. The problem is, who will be interpreting that verdict slip? It'll be judges and justices.
I thought you were going to explain it.
It's not, you're going to grab a person off the street, take a look at that. Does that make any sense? It's going to be a justice or a judge who's going to read it, and they're going to say it's, my personal opinion, they're going to say it's fine. Like, it might not be the best, but it's not wrong. If you read the words right off the top, it's a little messy.
Okay. Guilty of lesser included offense operated under the influence of liquor. That's the one they want to give her, I guess. Motor vehicle homicide. So these are the lesser includeds. I wish we could see the whole thing. Well, I thought this would clear it up. This is not clearing it up. Because I thought they were going to explain it. Darn it. It's confusing. Dang it. The way that the defense's proposed one was, if you don't find her guilty of this, if you find her guilty of this, stop. If you don't find her guilty of this, then go to the next one. Which means, so the two, these are all lesser includeds under the second charge. Charge 1 and 3, that's it. That's all the charges. 2 is the only one with lesser includeds. The last lesser included for 2 is operating under the influence of liquor. It doesn't say anything about a collision, anything about manslaughter, anything about hitting John, nothing. It's just operating under the influence. She has to be found not guilty of all the other things and just guilty of that for them to check that. Is my understanding. But that is not, I don't think they understand that. And I don't know that anyone has explained it to them the way they are supposed to understand it. I don't understand it. They don't understand it. Nobody understands it. Bev understands it, but she's not going to explain it to them because she doesn't want them to understand it. Now, StreamYard, can you not crash while I switch? Well, no, but you will take out my sound. Okay.
Well, yeah, I came with a written statement. When I wrote the statement, I didn't tell the whole truth. That was prior to my conversation with my lawyer about the GPS radius and protecting my family. So yes, I came with that statement, but during that meeting, the safety arrangement was made, at which point I told the entire truth.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, may I approach? And this is previously admitted, State's Exhibit 158. All right, so this is an aerial view of the Arrowhead complex with the Flint Lake apartments right in here.
Okay.
I'll hold it closer to you because I know you can't up your arms. Can you show us where, like, road that the victim was shot?
Right.
Here, I'm just sorry. I'm gonna hold it up. Like, Tommy, can you just not block the view of the jury? Sure.
Yeah, that's Max though.
It would have been somewhere in the vicinity of where this new, it looks like a new construction road is on one side, and then looks like there's a fairway for a golf course on the other side of the road, straight across from the construction.
Okay. So, I want to make sure, and then I'll show the jury. This area right here where this construction is?
Correct. Generally right in that vicinity.
Right by the construction. Court's indulgence for a moment, please. I don't have any further questions at this time. I believe Mr. Tommy Burton may have some questions for you.
Been there a while. Let's go ahead and take a short break before we start cross-examination. We'll take about a 10 to 15-minute break and the notepads in the jury box. We'll bring that out. Before we bring the jury in.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Mr. Dontell, I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
Paul too?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads.
How many people in Canton have gotten that charge? Because didn't Chris Albert have that one too? One of the Alberts had that too, didn't they? That Bev's brother defended them on. Jeez. Is drinking a sport in Canton?
Cross-examination. Mr. Dontell, were you married in a church?
No.
Where were you married?
Where?
Yeah.
At Ripken Stadium in Maryland.
Okay. Did you take any vows at that wedding?
Oh my
I did, yes.
Did you vow to be faithful to your wife?
Yes.
You weren't, though, were you?
No.
In fact, there were numerous occasions where you weren't faithful to her. Isn't that true?
Correct.
For a long period of time, several months, you were having sex with Meagan Jackson, right?
Correct.
All over the place. At your house and other places.
Correct.
Okay. And your wife still living in your house?
Correct.
Bev's brother was Paul's attorney? I thought that was Chris Albert for some reason. Why did I think that was Chris Albert?
And nowhere during that time did you tell what was that?
Oh, okay.
No.
I wasn't correcting you. I just thought it was another one. Everybody drinks again. I thought it was just another one. So the city selectman actually served 6 months for a DUI and leaving the scene of an accident causing death. Nice.
You say, you know, I met somebody and we need to separate.
No.
You're having sex with both of them, isn't that true?
Correct.
And that is worse than a lie, isn't it, sir? That's betrayal, isn't it?
I suppose so.
You're the kind of man that will lie and betray his own wife. Is that true?
I did for a period of time, yes.
Well, if bad enough one time, how about 15 or 20?
Is the question how about 15 or 20?
Well, let's just say, how many times do you have sex with Meagan Jackson?
I don't know.
Too many to count, right?
I suppose so.
We met your wife. Seems like a fine person. You broke her heart, didn't you?
Yeah.
You're the kind of man that's so selfish. He'll hurt others. You cried about your family? Up here on that stand, you cried about your family? You weren't crying about your family when you were doing what you were doing with Meagan Jackson, were you?
No, I was completely blind to everything that was going on aside from Meagan.
Oh, well, let me ask you about that. You blame Meagan Jackson for having oral sex with you and all that kind of thing. You blame her?
I don't blame Meagan Jackson for that. No, sir. I blame myself.
That's a good point. You blame yourself. You're not blaming her. You talked at the beginning like she did this, she did that. You're a grown man. You could have decided to tell her no and never have anything to do with her. You could.
I could have.
And you could have stopped anytime you wanted to. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But you did stop. Even after the way you described these events that night, through your tears, you were still having sex with Meagan Jackson afterwards.
Correct, for a period, yes.
Okay? So now that takes a special man, doesn't it? To see the things you saw and cry all those tears, and you go right back to having sex with her. That's unusual, isn't it?
I don't know if it's usual or not.
Well, it's wrong, wasn't it?
I would say it was wrong.
Yeah, that Bible you put your hand over says it's wrong, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's adultery. You were committing adultery, right?
Right.
And that's in the 10 Commandments that you're not supposed to do it.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question on that?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you understand that it's in the Bible that you don't commit adultery?
I do understand that, yes.
But you were doing it, right?
I've answered this question several times now. Yes, sir, I will.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your statements. You freely admitted, I believe, on direct examination that you had lied to the police throughout this process.
Correct.
Okay. As you sit there today, even you admit that your testimony is unreliable because you're a liar.
What's the question?
You admit that you're unreliable because of the lies you told and the deception you have practiced.
No, I do not admit that.
All right. So you finally decided to tell the truth today, huh?
I decided to tell the truth once I had protection from your client, once my family was protected from her and her threats.
You were scared of it.
Yes.
Why didn't you leave? Better yet, why didn't you go tell the police?
I was in jail during this time.
So I'm talking about that period in between. When you say all this happened, you, at that point, based on your testimony, you hadn't done anything wrong, right? When you get rid of the body, your testimony is you didn't have anything to do with the shooting. You didn't know it was going to happen, right?
That's correct. I did not know the shooting was going to happen.
Okay. So you had no agreement with Meagan Jackson to commit a crime until afterwards when you took the body and you did that by yourself, didn't you? She went with it.
We both picked up the body from the scene of death immediately after the death occurred.
Who took the body to the river?
I took the body to the river.
She was not with you in that trip?
Not when I took the body to the river.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, you're a grown man. In fact, you were a county officer. True? Deputy Coroner of the county officer.
True.
And you knew most of these policemen, didn't you?
Several of them, yes.
They were friends.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you weren't friends with the police?
I wouldn't say we were friends. I worked alongside them frequently.
Well, they knew you were. You knew they were.
Some of them, yes.
Part of your job was working with the police.
Objection, Your Honor. He's not asking questions. He's simply making
Ask your question. Isn't it true that part of your job was working with the police?
Yes.
So what stopped you from going to one of your acquaintances and telling them what happened?
The fact that your client told me that if I did that, she would kill me, and I had watched her kill the father of her kids, so I believed her.
Well, why don't you go tell the police that part of the story?
Why don't I?
Yeah, you have her picked up by the police before you did anything wrong.
Because I was afraid she was going to kill me if I told the truth.
You don't expect this jury to believe that you were scared of that woman to such an extent that you wouldn't report what you consider to be, and are now telling us, is her misconduct.
What was the question?
Are you scared? You said you did things wrong, but you scared of that woman sitting over there.
Absolutely.
My question is, as a county officer, why did you take matters in your own hand and report her and see that justice was served on her?
I've answered this question twice already, and the answer is because she told me she would kill me, and I had seen her kill the father of her kids, and I believed that she would kill me as well.
Okay. So, but nothing kept you from reporting it except your fear.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
I got him on cross and word.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your question to you.
Nothing except your fear of that little woman there prevented you from reporting these incidents to the police. True or false?
That's true.
Okay. Now, let's look at your guilty plea. You remember that pretty well?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me take you through what I believe happened there. You remember who the judge was?
Who the judge was?
Yeah.
Alex Hunter.
Yeah, yeah. So you decided at the last minute, right at Ms. Waller was standing up, making an open statement that you were going to plead to something, right? They shifted into a guilty plea instead of a full-blown trial. Isn't that true?
We have a fan. I don't know if that means anything. She might just be sending him home for the day, or it might be nothing. I'm looking at their chat and I can't tell. Because you can't ever tell from chat because they mess with you. I don't know if I should start a new shirt. I didn't mean to say shirt. I don't know if I should start a new stream with the verdict thing or not. Because I don't know if it's verdict. They're not saying. But they said a bunch of security showed up. I don't know if that means anything or not. It says they're still deliberating, but it's also all the court TV. Well, you guys can see that. All the court TV stuff's gone. It's just a fan again. So, I don't know what to do. I don't want to miss it. But I also don't know if I should. I don't want to start a new stream either. And someone said there's an SUV pulling up. I don't know. Jury clock is still running. This is gonna drive me nuts. I'm trying to find a live feed outside of the courtroom. I don't see anything. Well, Boston 10 just has the fan. So Reed's family is on the way. Okay. I was going to go back to the Meagan Jackson trial, but if her family's on the way in... It's just boring, and we're going to sit here and look at a fan spin for 20 minutes, and then she just sends them home. It says verdict clock is still running. But they say Karen Reed family just got the courthouse, so... This is gonna... I wasn't nervous. I'm getting nervous. We don't know, Carla. We don't know what's going on. The Reed family showed up at the courthouse. Karen's coming back to court. Bev said to be there at 4 o'clock. Is what some people are saying it, but we don't know what's going on. We don't know if they're just gonna... We don't know if this is just... Bev told him to be there so she could send him home at 4? Or what? Someone's like, I'm about to take my ashwagandha gummies. Oh, the young jerks are showing the outside of the courthouse. I don't want to show their channel, but at least I can watch it and tell y'all what's going on. Well, I can't find the channel. Judy, what channel are you watching? Come on, 4 o'clock, get here. Well, this is just people standing outside the courtroom. It's just as boring as a fan. It's not on this screen. Why are they all going back and looking at the... This line? We're live. This is live. We're live.
Jury's exit the courtroom.
Okay. Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
What? What just happened? Oh, she just sent them home.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. There's following.
Okay, Tori. All right, see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
Okay, we're almost done with day 3. So let's finish. If StreamYard can handle. StreamYard! Do what I tell you. Thank you.
To tell the truth to a certain judge.
Objection, Your Honor, still not a question.
He was asking the questions, right?
The judge was, yes.
The town was asking the questions.
Yes.
And you were responding, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you told him you were going to tell the truth. Didn't you?
Let's finish
Yes.
day 3.
And then what happened was Miss Walter stood up in front of the judge and she gave a rendition of the facts that was going to be a part of the guilty plea. Isn't that true?
I believe so, yes.
Hi, Carla.
I don't know if he cut you off.
Answer the question.
So you were there. You saw it now. That saw her talking to the judge. Didn't you?
What's the
Your Honor,
question?
Your Honor, I'm just going to ask that he ask questions rather than make statements.
Didn't I say this? I said, didn't you stand in front of the judge after Ms. Walter had spoken to the judge?
Yes.
Right. And didn't she say, in your presence, that you had told her you didn't know what happened to Gregory Rice the night that he was brought to the funeral home? You didn't say that, did you?
I don't recall saying that. Do you have something I could read?
Yeah, let me give you something.
Can I see what you're showing him, please?
Yeah. I'm not gonna show him this because I just love the one that's got right. It's just like. Yeah, I just turned there for I'm not gonna ask about it, he might want.
Defendant's one more.
You're guilty. You know, like this lady here is taking everything down?
I'm familiar.
That's what it's doing. Okay. Now, I'm interested in page 7, starting at line 15. I just read that and I'll ask you some questions. Oh gosh, hey, we need to get his hand cut off. He can't. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Just put it on
15.
the table in front of him.
Can you see it well enough to read?
What's that?
Can you see it well enough to read?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Line
18.
17 through 20 line, okay, pages. So pages.
On which page?
Page 8.
Page 8. And what lines?
Let's go to line 16, beginning with according to.
What date is this statement from? This is from the...
Page 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This is you're just like that. All right. I'll just the jury if you said wrong thing.
And it's due Friday. If you're showing him something different, can I see it, please? If you're showing him something different, may I see what you're showing him, please?
No, I showed you want to get my show.
You just switched out the exhibit.
I've got mine up there. I showed what you saw on the other. You give it mine, I showed you mine. She can see this.
I'm asking to see what you are going to show Mr. Dontell.
You boys trying to find a point out on something else? Yeah. Still got it wrong. Yes, sir. All right. Your Honor, can I show you this one? Even though it has lines on it?
Yeah, if it's not an exhibit.
Okay. Come here. Great. Transcript. When you go to
and he read it, and that refreshed his memory. The only way it can be published to the jury is if you introduce it as evidence.
Well, I like you to review the transcript. I just,
For what reason?
well, because there's Ms. Walter and I both know she made that statement to the judge. And we looked up, so.
Well, I think you're caught in a choice. If you want that information to go to the jury, you're going to have to put the transcript into evidence, which you're entitled to do. But you're not entitled to get something to the jury for the jury's review without it being in evidence.
I believe the law on this is, if I use it for impeachment purposes, it's not introducing substantive evidence.
I need the authority on that.
Okay.
All right?
Well, I need about 5 minutes right now.
All right. I'll do that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was the guilt significant in your life, wasn't it? You never pled guilty to anything before, okay?
No, I never.
So, you were paying close attention to what was going on,
I was doing my best, yes.
and you were answering the kind of questions what you could.
Of course.
And then he asked you if what Ms. Walker said was true and accurate, and you said yes, sir.
I don't recall specifically.
Because if you said no, sir, he would have taken it for you.
I don't know. I've never done this before.
Is it more likely you said yes, sir, or no, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't recall.
This guy in front of you. All right, let's move on a bit. Now, this business, if you have an affair with Jackson, that ended up producing a pregnancy, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You got no qualm about the fact that's your baby, right?
I've never been 100% hard.
You started with the phone over. You contacted Frank Hamilton, didn't you? And told him that you were going to get a trip to Florida out of this.
What's the question, sir?
I said, you contacted Frank Hamilton about her pregnancy. And y'all had some laughs over it. And you said, by the way, I'm going to get a free trip to Florida out of this. And then you went to Florida after the pregnancy. What's that term? That's true?
I don't recall. This was 5 years ago,
You don't
sir.
recall that you made out of the abortion question?
I don't recall that.
Did you send her memes showing support on it? You don't deny wanting the baby aborted, do you?
I don't deny that. We had agreed that she was going to get an abortion. Yes.
You wanted the abortion, right?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, because you wanted to keep having sex with your wife and with Mr. Jackson. You didn't.
That's not the reason.
Well, let's put it like this. You knew your wife. The condom you had. Were you come on?
You're talking?
Any of you. Did you always use a condom to protect your wife from what may happen in the sex act or from her getting pregnant? Did you always use a condom?
No.
All right. So you had unprotected sex with her, and as a result of it, it was a pregnancy.
I believe I already answered the question as well.
Now, I think you testified earlier that you were hoping for a lesser sentence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In this courtroom, you said that, so you have to remember that. That just happened about 45 minutes ago, so you remember saying that, don't you?
I do remember saying that. Yes, sir.
No. You have to get about these issues. Trying to get what you want. That's part of your MO there. You know, you wanted to have sex with your wife, and you want to have sex with Meagan Jackson. As long as you want it, you got it. For months. True?
True. I'm sorry, but I feel like I've already answered that 5 or 6 times as
You know,
well.
I want to hear it again. Mr. Dontell. You don't tell me what questions to ask.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on.
You're not going to start crying, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on.
Now, you came in with a, forget the plea group right now. You came in with a handwritten statement when you were sitting down with the police. Is that true?
Correct, yeah.
You don't remember that?
True, I remember that.
Okay. You just testified to it on correct examination.
And I just testified that I remember that.
Okay, you look like you weren't so sure.
Objection, Your Honor.
You sure?
Let's move on.
Is that true?
The question is, am I sure again?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure.
Now, that statement wasn't true, was it?
Which statement?
The written statement.
The written statement was not true in its entirety, no.
In other words, in the written statement, you said that you weren't around for any killing. That Miss Jackson came to you and told you she had killed Mr. Rice. Isn't that what you said in the written statement?
Yeah, I also have already testified today that I did not tell the complete truth until my attorney arranged with the police to put a GS safety area around my family. And once that was in place, I told the complete truth, and I've done so ever since.
Well, you admitted here, and this is one example of it, is not, to producing false statements to significantly like the police.
I did admit that already, yes, sir.
This is just another example.
Objection, there's no question there.
Yes, your question. Isn't it?
I would say yes, that is another example.
Now, you testified that you worried about your family, right?
Correct.
You weren't worried about you having sex with Meagan Jackson, were you?
She had not threatened to kill me at that point.
Hold on, sir. You may not remember this, let me ask you anyway. On the night of the killing, or sometime in connection with the date of October 2nd, 2020, did you come in contact with did you certify the death of a body that belonged to Mr. Fisher?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember talking to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home people about the paperwork that hadn't been properly filled out? Does that ring a bell?
I'm not denying that took place, but it does not ring a bell, no.
Do you remember what you did with that body?
I already testified I don't remember that body. I handled 600 bodies, sir, and this was 5 years ago.
Could you take him to the county morgue in the coroner's office?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't remember.
I'm not accepting that information. Could you have taken to the county morgue there in the coroner's office?
I could have, yes, sir.
And do you know, sitting here today, what happened to that man? Where she was?
I don't recall that particular case.
And it happened the same day of what you described as killing Gregory Rice, didn't it?
I don't recall that particular case.
You don't recall hardly anything, do you?
I recall quite a bit, but not any of the last several questions that you asked me.
You don't recall anything I'm trying to ask you that's got any significance. You just say you don't recall. That's what you say.
Please explain the significance, because I would love to answer it properly. It is.
It's the same guy cooler that Mr. Rice ever did. So, for some reason, that body doesn't go to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. It goes to the morgue, and nobody I know knows what happened to it after that. Do you? Who guess? You don't recall.
I don't.
Ready?
Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Mr. Britton brought up the 10 Commandments. I think we all know that thou shalt not commit adultery is one of the commandments. Do you know if thou shalt not kill is also a commandment?
I do know that that is a commandment.
And yet, did the defendant break that commandment?
Yes.
That question. She doesn't need to characterize what we're doing. She asking questions.
Overruled.
Mr. Britton asked you if you lied multiple times and you admitted that you had. Did the defendant also lie multiple times?
Yes.
Mr. Britton seemed to poke fun of the fact that you were afraid of a quote-unquote little woman. Can you explain to the jury why, despite her apparent diminutive size, you are afraid of the defendant?
The primary reason is because I watched the defendant murder Gregory Rice by shooting him several times, and then she told me she would kill me if I didn't do what she asked in helping him get rid of her and to never tell the truth about what happened. The answer is yes, I'm afraid of her regardless of her diminutive size.
And then there's been quite a bit of questioning about what happened at the time of the plea and then leading up to your conversation with the state a couple days later. I think it would have been 2 or 3 days later. Was the defendant out of custody during that time period when you made the plea all the way up until sometime earlier this year?
I believe so. To my personal knowledge, I believe she was out on bond during that time.
Do you have the same, straight back. Mr. Britton was just asking you about, I don't even remember his name, Mr. Fisher or some decedent. Is there something about the night of October 2nd that makes you remember that night when you don't remember one decedent out of 600 that you've dealt with? Did that make sense to you?
I guess in somewhere in all that gobbledygook he was asking him, he asked him something about, is thou shalt not commit adultery one of the 10 Commandments? I guess I must have missed it. I don't know. These defense attorneys, oh my God.
Something particular that happened that night is the murder of Gregory Rice. I recall that and everything that goes along with that. But this Mr. Fisher, assuming that he died that date, was not, I didn't witness his death, and I didn't, I wasn't provided any details to recall specifics about that case. So I simply don't recall that particular case without some type of refresher.
Nothing further on.
You may sit there.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. There will be no pass in the jury box. And that's the case.
Okay, we made it. We made it. Okay, so we got through day 3. And we didn't make it through day 4. We got through days 1 and 2 yesterday. We got through day 3 today. Today 5 was today live, and they are done, and the verdict is back. Thanks to our verdict watch with Karen Reed, I saw the verdict, but we do gavel on this channel, so we're going to watch the whole thing. But since there was only 5 days, and we only have days 4 and 5 left, we will probably get those done tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. There's no court Thursday because it's a holiday. So if we don't get them done tomorrow, we'll get them finished Thursday. And I will be taking Friday off probably. I need a rest. I need a break. So, hopefully, of course, if we don't have a verdict by Friday, I will be here on Verdict Watch with you guys. Lord, please let there be a verdict before Friday, because I don't want to be still waiting for a verdict on Friday. My head will explode. Bell! Stop it! Okay. So, that's all we're going to do today. And tomorrow we will, day 4, hopefully day 4 and 5. And then, if we get through day 4 and 5 tomorrow, if we get through day 4 and 5 tomorrow, then I might take Thursday off. And then we'll have Verdict Watch on Friday. And if no new trial is starting, and it probably won't since it's a Friday, we can watch Brian Higgins' testimony while we do I can't talk anymore. Verdict Watch. If we're still doing let me start over. We're still doing Verdict Watch on Friday, and we get done with this, we can watch Brian Higgins' testimony from the last trial on Friday while we're doing Verdict Watch. The garden hose one is not starting now. There is another one starting either today or tomorrow, but since this stupid one backfired on me so bad, I thought it'd be at least a couple weeks, and then we'd get caught up to live, and we'd be, on this one for a couple weeks, but I guess not. So, is it my bad judgment, or is it just my bad luck? I don't know what's happening, but I'm at the point right now, like, should I even finish this one? But no, because we do gavel to gavel here. So, and then we have to, my whole whiteboard is filled up with doctor's appointments right now. It used to be filled up with court dates and sentencing dates, but right now it's just full of doctor's appointments. We need court dates back up there. So then we have to start writing down sentencings. Hopefully there's no sentencing in Karen Reed's future. Just the new trials we're doing now. Let's see. Who else is coming up? Brian Kohberger is coming up in August. Who else? Stephen Stearns. Is it Stephen or Stefan? He's coming up in September, but I doubt Brian Kohberger is going to be done. Well, I don't know. How long is Brian Kohberger supposed to last? Well, my brain is fried. I'm tired of thinking. I'm going to go diamond paint and watch Golden Girls. Oh, no, I got to cook. I got to cook tonight. I don't want to cook. I got to cook, though. I'll watch Golden Girls and cook. Travis got me, and then like an extendable arm thing for the monitor. When he got me the new monitor for Christmas, he got me an arm so it could like it be on the wall and can like kind of like the boom for the mic, and I can move it out of the way and whatever. Well, it doesn't fit this monitor, but I figured out after we couldn't return it to Best Buy, even though it was their brand, so we obviously bought it there. Yeah, you did, Flash. Sorry, dude. So after they wouldn't take it back. It's their brand. We obviously bought it there, right? They wouldn't even give us store credit for it. I was so mad. He goes, that's okay. You'll get another monitor one day that'll fit. Well, I figured out it fit the kitchen TV. And I was like, ooh, now I can swivel it back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room. So now when I'm cooking, I can watch it and listen to it, not just listen to it. So I made him put it on the kitchen. Because it faces the dining room. Or before, it just faced the dining room. So now I can watch TV while I cook. So I'm going to watch Golden Girls and cook dinner. So, okay. Finish. All right. It's a good trial. It is a good trial. Man, that woman. I think she planned it all. I think she planned to get this guy in her bed and use him to get this guy to help her get rid of the body. I think she did. It's a good trial. Yeah, we could. Well, that's why I did that poll and you guys said to do this one. So we're doing this one. I just didn't know it was going to be so short. I didn't know it was going to be so short. 5 days. After Karen Reed, who'd have thought that a trial would only be 5 days long? Okay, guys. Okay, 8 o'clock, Phil Spector. We finished, I forgot to write it down. We finished the part we were on. What were we on? Oh, the paramedic. We finished the part we were on, which was the paramedic. So I didn't write down the part, but I'll be able to find it. So we'll do Phil in the morning at 8. And then at 9, we will try to finish this trial tomorrow. If not, we will finish it on Thursday. And verdict watch again for Karen Reed tomorrow. So that's all for today. Yeah, it is a nice change of pace. I feel like we're doing like 3 now at the same time, though, because we've got Phil and we've got this and we've got verdict watch. But what do you mean have a plan B on that? Why? Why have a plan B? I'm confused. Why have a plan B? Okay, she's not going to answer me. Okay, so I will see you guys in the morning. Be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you. And so do I. Bye, guys. Have a good evening.